Hello, friends. Oh my god, it's me again. Holy shit. This is crazy. What is it, like 3 nights in a row? Um yeah, I just decided to stream again. I don't know, just sometimes, I'm on a nice little roll with painting. I'm having a good time doing like the universal monsters, and I also have demons I'm trying to silence, so this helps. Oh, the lamp that never got to shine on Lauren's dink. Yes, it's No Resolve. I found out about this band because the lead singer, I swear, when he's in profile, he looks like exactly like Jirok, my husband, and I'm just like, is he in this like band that I like never knew of? But it's obviously it's not him. So I was just like, but they're really fucking good. I like it. They do really fun covers. They do like Disney covers, and they make them like kind of like hard rock. So yeah, that's how I found him. I was just like, who are you? Anyway, we're gonna continue with the apology call series. Believe it or not, after... Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's right. Okay. So we are going to listen to the apology, his official apology that he recorded, and then hopefully it's still on Alpha Male Derek's channel, the interview that Jorrun did with mini syllables. So I want to do this as chronologically as possible. But hi Kit Kat Meow, Ice Truck Thriller, oops, too much ranch. The Lamp, of course. Ice Truck Thriller. Addie, hello. Good to see you too. Glad you guys are here. Watching Ronaldo highlights, nice. Nice. So let's continue. We're gonna start right away with the his actual apology that Wes pretty much wrote for him. So, okay. Got to start with the sketch first. I think I'm gonna do Bela Lugosi's Dracula today. I was gonna do the creature from the Black Lagoon, but that's like another green painting, and I want to switch it up. Okay, so this is the apology. Hi, Polynomial Purebred. This is the apology that he uploaded on his channel, believing that this is gonna save him. He is going to redeem himself and be welcomed back with open arms by the community. So there's that backstory.
Hey everybody, this is the rare serious video from me. I'm going to read what I wrote because that's the best way for me to organize my thoughts and really say what I mean. Please bear with me. I apologize to all the people in the TCAP community, and especially the women. I have behaved inappropriately with so many women in the community, I can't even remember them all. I apologize to all women on the internet over the years I've propositioned. The sketches I did with kelp pill.
You know what's funny? Like, do you think A, he actually... Hi, Chatterbait Billy. Oh, nice. You've been watching some Bela Lugosi shows. Nice. Hi, Viral. Hi, Night Driver. Do you think he actually really did personally apologize to the people who... he actually, like, hurt? Do you think he... Before he did this, did he reach out to the people in the past? Like, are they really gonna like just so happen to find this apology and be like, oh my god, I remember this guy, he's a fucking creep. Is he apologizing to me? Wow, what a guy.
Bill and Tiffany Lockhart were way too sexual, with me having them say very
Hi, Johnny Utah, the legend.
sexual things. I've taken those videos down.
Yeah, probably Tiffany, because like Wes really nailed it into him about like the sketch, because she really got wronged in
I apologize to Molly. I went to her video and
Nice, John Ryan. I do too as well. Yeah, love her.
commented on how her breasts were bouncing.
Breasts.
I apologized to the great Babsby for the times I made her uncomfortable, trying to get face pics from her. I've been way too sexual on the live streams with people I call my friends.
Friends.
Like Rotus Chew Tootsie, Erido, and Scarlet Ebony. I apologize to anyone in my streams or anyone else's streams that I made feel dirty, objectified, or in any other way uncomfortable. I apologize for any comments I left on videos where I was overly sexual. I apologize to anyone I may have left out, and I know that your pain is no less than anyone else I have mentioned. I haven't done this just on YouTube either. I've done it on Instagram, putting some very suggestive comments on pictures of women I found attractive. For most of my life, I've had a fetish for genies, harem girls, and belly dancers. If I saw a pic of a woman that was dressed that way, I'd fetishize them. I'd say very sexual things to them. 100% propositioning them. Some women told me off, and others suffered in silence. That's unacceptable. I do the same thing on DeviantArt. Sexualizing left and right.
Left and
so
right.
many times I can't even count. For years. What's even worse than that? I've hit the like button on pics of little girls, children wearing the same types of outfits that turn me on the most.
I would like to really get inside Jorrun's brain, like his nervous system, like every feeling that he had while he was saying that while recording this apology. I can't believe that Wes got him to say that. Mimi, I'm first. I could not believe.
The
Egbert!
person who was alerting people to my predatory behavior first in a video and then through emails was not a troll, but someone trying to blow the whistle on me, which was the right thing to do, and it should be applauded.
Oh my god. The fact that most of us can, like, say this word for word is crazy.
Sorry, sip of water.
Sorry, sip of water.
When the video exposing me was released, I completely blew it off in a cavalier fashion, blocking it and getting it taken down. Even getting my friends to help me do that. I was so much more concerned with my reputation than doing the right thing. I privated my more sexual videos when I should have deleted them right away. I thought everything would blow over and I could put said videos right back up.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's what really pushed the whole, like, exposed part, is the fact that he liked pictures of little girls. And there are receipts for that. If people who don't know that, there actually are pictures, and it shows that he personally liked it, with, you know, us knowing that that's his thing, that's his fetish.
Avoiding humiliation was much more important to me.
Yes, this is where the sorry sip of water came from. So if you guys hear that, you know, certain streamers, that's what we're referencing. Like, why did you have to add that? Like, it's fine. Obviously, you're taking a sip of water, but he's like, sorry, sip of water. Yeah, that's where it came from. The origin story.
Than acknowledging what I had done like a real adult would. When I saw the Google Drive and saw in black and white just how creepy and selfish and perverted I have become over the years, everything compiled and in front of my face, I couldn't pretend how I acted was right anymore. No more bullshit excuses that I'd always told myself. Those walls came down. I knew I was an asshole.
No, you didn't. You didn't know until it was pointed out. Like, right... Okay.
No way to deny anything. I fucking hate what I've done and the person I've become. It's repulsive. My own actions now make my skin crawl. I was raised in a Christian family.
Yeah, Scarlet, I mean, she's awesome. So, yeah, like, I believe that wasn't even a blip on her radar.
Where I was taught to respect women.
But, you know, still, she doesn't come around, you know, like, don't, like, bug her or anything.
I was taught to protect Not predate children. I left the church years ago, and I must have left the lessons of respect behind. What a stupid thing to do.
What a stupid thing to do. Yeah, you guys are gonna find, like, if you haven't heard this apology, there are a lot of quotes that there are a lot of quotes people, like streamers in the community, who repeat this because it's just so terrible. And like this might have been one of the funniest things he's ever put on camera. Well, I guess it's not on camera. It's, you know what I mean. You know what I mean.
Anyone can say they changed and aren't going to do wrong anymore, but my best thinking, realistically, got me here.
Brought me here.
So that I can really change my actions and thinking, I'm going to start seeing a mental health specialist. These issues I have need to be resolved so I don't hurt anyone else. Thank you all for listening to me. I had taken down my videos that were sexual in nature. My stuff going forward will not be sexual. I'm going to make sure I'm respectful to all the women I meet on the internet and in person from now on. Thank you for your time. I hope you can forgive me, but if you can't, that's fine.
What's up with those weirdos?
I'm sorry.
If you can't forgive me, that's fine.
On the night of July 6, 2020, Jorrun released his apology video. He didn't even mean to do it. The reaction was swift and fierce. On July 7, 2020, Jorrun called West to discuss his feelings.
His feelings.
This was an hour before the interview with many syllables,
Okay,
and was a
perfect.
chance for Jorrun to prepare.
Ilrirg, it's Ilrirg. I like how he gives his apology like a teacher who who is mad at his he's mad at how we behaved for the substitute teacher. I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed.
Warning, Westmost is kind of a troll in this call. If that is not your thing, please skip this video.
Kind of?
The date was July 7, 2020. The
Really?
time was 12:30 p.m.
You with
Okay, so the apology video was out. People were listening. People were upset. You know, rightfully so. And someone who was in the Kit Kat Meow, hi, you know, they wanted more answers. They wanted to know. So someone who was in the community around this time, Many Syllables, decided to do like an interview. I can't remember how the interview came about. I don't know if it was, maybe in this call we might get a little more information about it. I can't remember like how it was like initiated and all that good stuff. Hi, Crime Watch Bailey. Mwah. But so this is before the interview, and we'll if I can find it, I hope it's still out there. The mini interview, we'll play it after this, and then there's like another call. But yeah, best interview ever. Like, my God, like anyway, yeah, you'll see. Hi, Catchy. Hello, my sweet mother dear. Thank you for sending me those links.
everything that's happened since last night. What's going on in your head right now?
Very nervous about the interview.
Mm-hmm.
I've done everything I can physically and mentally to keep myself calm.
Okay. What do you mean?
I'm not running away, which is something.
What did you do physically?
I did a little exercise. I did a little meditation. I smoked a little CBD.
Oh, okay. What kind of exercise did you do, just out of curiosity?
Push-ups.
Oh, all right. That's good.
I find if I exercise, if I fatigue myself a little bit physically, it helps me with anxiety and stuff like that.
No, that.
I love it. I did some, things to prep myself for this interview. I smoked some, had some CBD, did some push-ups, meditated. I mean, perfect. Push up, like sync. Oh yeah, for sure. One.
So that's good to hear.
Thank you, Wes. Minnie reached out to Jorrun the day before and asked him about the interview. He asked me for permission, and I told him it was a good idea. There it is. That's it. Yes. That is ringing the bell. Thank you.
So, were you around when the video debuted, or did you just set it to debut and kind of forget about it? And have you looked at the video? What are your thoughts?
I have not looked at any comments.
Okay.
I've completely isolated myself from anyone online up until about half an hour ago.
Okay. And have you got a lot of messages?
Last I saw, notification was at least 20.
Wow.
So it's a lot, but I'm like, I need to be in the right frame of mind for this interview, because right now the interview is the most important thing, and I don't want to be in any sort of negative headspace where I can't do my best for that.
Yeah, well, let's after the interview, let's.
Oh, the mini interview. Thank you, Wes. Okay, great. I was gonna look it up, but it's right there. Perfect. No idea what's going on with Jesse. His face is. I need to start over. That face is too round. But anyway.
Let's talk about it, because there were some comments made. I know you don't want to read everything, but there were some comments made from some people that you may want to address. So let's do that after your interview. I agree you should be in the right headspace. You did some push-ups. You smoked some CBD. Did you eat a good breakfast? Or I guess it's lunchtime there, huh?
Fruity Pebbles.
Yeah. I haven't eaten the last 2 days, but don't look at that drastically, because I fasted in the past, so it's a lot easier for me than other people.
Okay.
So yes, he is a master at fasting, and he's a gym rat too, like he likes to say. I don't think so, John Ryan, but could be wrong. I don't know. Don't quote me.
That's good. You should
Don't ever quote me.
maybe do some content about fasting at some point. I bet people would be really interested in that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the. Oh my God, Crime Watch Bailey. That is the last time Jorrun ever skipped a meal. Ooh, ouch. I feel. Ooh, that burned. Ooh. Ooh. High size of a beetle bug.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
That's a great idea.
all right.
He's still thinking in the future that he's gonna continue with content, and that goes even further.
Right, so this interview, what kind of questions are you anticipating being asked? What are the questions that make you nervous, I guess, would be the best question, and then let's work backwards from there.
I think anticipating any questions about me getting aroused by underage girls.
Do you expect that question to come up, and how are you going to answer it?
I do anticipate it will come up.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she's given me no information. I don't know if it's going to be a half-hour interview or a 2-hour interview. I have no idea the amount of questions.
Well,
I just know that
in my experience, you write down 10, 15, 20 questions, and then while you're interviewing, 20, 30 more come up. I've never set a planned time for an interview, but most of mine have gone at least an hour and a half. Now, this is a different situation, and I don't know her interview style, but yeah, it's a good idea not to plan an amount of time that it's going to take.
Oh, I have no plans. This is the main thing for today, and if I have time later to do some laundry.
Okay. So if asked that question, how are you going to respond to that?
I have absolutely got aroused looking at pictures of high school girls.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Absolutely.
But
I cannot concentrate.
That's not what I mean. You know what the question is going to be next, though, right?
Have I pleasured myself?
Sure, yeah, that's one of them, and your answer would be what?
Yeah.
Okay. And then the little girl, I mean, I think she looks about 7 or 8. So you would pleasure yourself to the high school girls, and then you would get to the little girls, hit a like, and then move on to find something else. Or that's what the question's going to be. So
That was not the question you were going to ask him. Ah! Hi, Octopushy.
like why let's do the mock interview here. Why would you take the time? Why would you even like something like that while in a state of arousal?
Because in my bullshit thought process, which is exactly what is bullshit, I'll be like, oh, she'll appreciate a like. Oh, isn't that cute? I'm being nice.
Like, so say you had a girlfriend, and she came in, I don't know, she came in unexpectedly to your house, and you were on the TV and you were watching Pornhub, which, totally normal for an adult to be watching that kind of material. But then in the picture-in-picture,
I'm just a
you had like little
bucket witch lady. Oh, Jorrun, all of your dirty laundry will be on display, making it all the easier for him to do it later.
Thank you, Polynomial Purebred. I love it. Oh, Jorrun, all your dirty laundry will be on display, making it all the easier for him to do it later. I'm gonna try to do the biggest snap ever. Yes. Yes. Oh. There we go. Play.
Miss Perfect or one of those kitty pageant shows on in a picture-in-picture. And she said, "What are you doing?" And you said, "Well, I was watching some porn, but then I also wanted to give the Nielsen rating to this show, so I had it open in a box on the bottom." Do you think she would believe that?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah. So how believable does that sound to you when you say, "Yeah, I was in the middle of pleasuring myself, but then I saw this little girl and thought, why not give her a like?" She went out of her way to dress like a genie and do a little dance routine or whatever. So I would probably work on that one, because I don't know if that's going to be sufficient.
That's what's real talk, as Chuck says. The problem is, I know I'm telling the truth, but the way things are, in the context, it looks like I'm guilty.
Yeah.
And I want to be as honest as possible.
No, that's a good start.
Poured out my blood and, pardon me?
No, that's a good start. So what would be the second question that you were concerned about?
I think that's the main thing. I mean, everything else is going to be humiliating.
There has to be. Well, then that's it. What is your biggest concern at all? Is it that is it further humiliation? What is it that worries you the most? Because you've already done stage 1, which was the apology. So what is it that worries you most about this next part when you're going to get on with mini syllables? And I'm sure she's going to ask you some questions that are hard to answer. And you know that shying away from those would probably be the worst thing to do. So let's ease you into that. So give me some examples of...
Thank you.
Oh, absolutely. Give me some examples of questions that, are going to be hard to answer. Are there certain people that you don't want to be addressed? Or was there anyone that you feel was maybe left out of the apology that you would want to address with her while talking to her?
I don't think so. Honestly, as far as the work, first, if I can just give you an update. I got contacted by the social worker who's got the master's degree.
Okay.
He talked to me. I just finished scanning his documents and sending it back to them. So I am going full speed ahead ASAP with getting into counseling.
So that was going to be is there going to be, an apology part 2 where you kind of show that, because we discussed it, and a lot of these guys on TCAP would say, well, I was looking into getting therapy, and maybe now I need to. What was the teacher? What was that jackass's name who drove the Corvette? He was talking about, oh yeah, well, maybe this is kind of the kick in the pants I need to push me that direction. But then there's never any follow-up with it. And if you watch,
Right.
if you watch some of the, the predator catching channels on YouTube, there's one of the guys. God, I can't remember the name of it right now. The dude's name is Neo, but he said, like, you want me to take your video down? Contact me. He gives them all information on how they can seek help in their area, and he says, contact me after, and show me proof that you're trying to get help and you're taking this seriously, and I'll take the video down. So what would you want if someone was like say Mackenzie or Mac and Cheese or Mackenzie Cheese, whatever, if Mac and Cheese were to contact you?
Mackenzie Cheese. I love it.
Say, I'll remove the Google Drive if you do blank. What would it be? Like, what would you be willing to do? Would you make a second apology where you're showing the progress that you're making, or what are you willing? Because that's another question I'm sure you'll be asked: is what is the ultimate end game for you, and how would you like this to end?
I definitely like the idea of an update video sometime in the future saying, I have been getting counseling. These are the steps I've taken. I think that's a great idea.
Yeah.
I would not shy away from that.
Okay. And so, yeah, you'd be willing to update the people on your progress as you go through with that, and I'm sure people would appreciate that. What is something that you don't, what would it be? What would make you want to terminate the interview, or what's going to really turn you off if you get asked about it? What's off limits?
I don't think there's anything, which is very easy to say because I have no idea what's coming. Well, not no idea, but I would think of
any.
What she's.
Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead.
From what she's told me, it sounds like she wants very much to be impartial and fair. It's not a shock interview where she's going to sandbag me. She's going to try to be a, let's say, Mr.
He also wanted all the questions in advance. I'm pretty sure about that. So that's interesting. So he can, come up with his answers. He has time to come up with an answer instead of answering them on the spot and being honest.
Talk-ish, even while she, of course, has her own feeling. Of course. I really want to do this. I will tell you, I have been going through thoughts of completely terminating and closing my YouTube account. I'm very glad I did the apology, and I'm glad I'm doing this interview. What happens after that, I would wish that it never gets talked about again, but that's not super realistic.
So if she asks you...
I would hope that people either leave me completely in my life and hate me, or reach out in a practical way. But
if she asked you a hypothetical,
be prolonged.
If she asked you a hypothetical, like, what would you be willing to do to make this all go away and never be spoken about again? Do you have an answer prepared for that? Because people love asking hypotheticals.
I absolutely don't.
Oh yeah, you
don't.
gotta get those hypotheticals. That's almost like being asked, where do you see yourself in 5 years at a job interview? You've got to have the hypotheticals ready. So let's test that one. I'm many syllables. Jorrun, what would you be willing to give in order to make this all go away? If you could snap your fingers, and for lack of a better term, make a wish and make it all disappear, what would you be willing to do?
Make a wish.
I haven't thought of that. The main thing I've thought about is counseling, so I can change myself. So in future, I treat everybody the way they should be treated. Basic human decency.
Yeah, that's not really an answer to the question. That sounds kind of like a candy.
I don't have an answer.
Well, that's why we're doing this, Jorrun. That's why we're doing this, so you can come up with an answer. Like, what would you be, if that question is asked, you can't say, well, I'm going to counseling. It really does sound like a canned answer.
I haven't thought that far into the future, Wes. I
All right,
absolutely
well, Jorrun,
I haven't thought past today.
yeah, that's why we're doing this right now. You know, I'm trying to help you out here. So, if she asks you that question, what would your answer be? Because just going
Like what? Like Jorrun seems so annoyed by like Wes's like questions and honestly doing like a dry run of Becky of the interview, which he 100% really like does not have to do. I mean, it's funny, but I feel like Wes is somewhat giving him like interesting advice that you would think Jordan like at least would take an account or think of it as like, oh, because I'm sure he Opie, go, if someone's out there, go see, go tell me if someone's out there. Locals always want my help so they can ignore it. Exactly. I'm out of my mind. I'm out of my mind. Lost my train of thought, but he just... Jorrun didn't listen. He never wanted to listen.
counseling isn't going to make it go away and any of those other things. I know you mentioned, not wanting to get rid of your YouTube channel, and that's understandable. What is your plan with that? What if that was the hypothetical, Jorrun? Would you, if you knew that deleting your channel would make this all go away, would you do it? Your answer would be what?
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely.
And deleting all and never...
Of course, absolutely, because he will, in like, what, 2 weeks? Another channel will pop up, and he'll act as if nothing ever happened.
Having another channel...
Still being creepy to women. Still being creepy with woman.
Getting rid of the music channel, just completely being gone from YouTube. Jorrun, would you trade that for making this all go away?
That would suck incredibly. I would hate to do it, but I'd do it.
Okay. Give me a second. I'm gonna search for some paints now, and it can get a little loud, so just hold on.
Okay, then let's practice another question. Okay, about this one, Jorrun, why would you think, after the things that you've done, that you would be able to come back to a community that actively trolls and hates on people who sexualize children?
I don't think.
You don't think? I don't. What does that mean?
Pardon
like
me.
a statement, or?
No. It is. If you already know me.
I don't.
But I don't think.
Okay. I'm gonna rewind that a bit because that is something I don't think I have caught before. When Jorrun's like, "You know me," and Wes is like, "No, I don't." I don't think I've caught that. Hold on.
I don't think.
You don't think? I don't. What does that mean?
Pardon
like
me.
a statement, or?
No. It is. If you already know me.
I don't.
But
It is so subtle. It is so subtle. I don't recall that, but I mean, yeah, that's true. Like, there's this, like, what do people call it? Like parasocial relationship, where they think, like, people on the internet who, like, they barely talk to. I mean, it's not like Jorrun and, like, Wes, like, really talked a lot until, things about him started to arise, and then, Wes started to get a little invested in it. This is just my observation. I'm not quoting Wes. It's like, no, dude, I don't I don't know you. Like, it just like with any friend, it takes time to really get to know someone. So yeah, it's like the killer being like, you know me. What? That was the moment Jorrun's heart was broken. Yes.
But I don't think that they should want me around or welcome me with open arms.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't proved myself to have the right integrity. I have no problem with people who dislike me for the good reasons I've given them to, not trust me.
Okay. All right. And I don't want to take too much of your time because I know you guys are supposed to get on the phone in 10 minutes here. But another question that may come up is, now that there are comparisons being made between you and Lauren Armstrong, what are your thoughts on that? And again, I was acting as many syllables when asking that question.
Wow, I actually have an answer for that one.
Oh, perfect. Let's hear it.
My answer is I want to be as unlike Lauren Armstrong as humanly possible.
Well, let me interrupt you there. Lauren wants to be unlike Lauren Armstrong as well. No one wants to be that.
Correct.
So I would work on that intro a little bit, because saying you don't want, Lauren doesn't want to be a liar. He just needs to figure out why. Lauren doesn't want to be a lot of things. He doesn't want to smoke. He just needs to blah blah blah. So I would work on that opening a little bit. But yeah, continue. So let's ask the question again. And again, I'm many syllables. Jorrun, now that comparisons are being made between you and Lauren Armstrong, what are your thoughts on that? Looking back at your old content, of course, what are your thoughts on that now?
I think there were times where I was way too close to thinking and acting like Lauren, and I wanted.
Yeah, Bailey, I feel like he is kind of enjoying this too, because he really feels like an honorable celebrity. So he really thinks he's somebody. It's so funny.
Do my very best to change and get counseling, and most importantly, not run away from responsibility, and to take blame, stuff that Lauren has never done. That's the best way I know of to not be like Lauren.
Johnny, Jorrun is a star. He's a star!
Is to admit there's a problem, to face it head on, take responsibility, and do the hard work to change.
For a change.
All right, and let's do one more before you hop off here to get on that call. Now, you brought up your Christian upbringing in your apology. Can you explain why that was relevant? And do you think maybe any people who identify as Christian...
Eel, I think at the back of his mind, he's thinking if he nails this interview that he can parlay this exposure into success. It's a setback for now, but the exposure is going to be huge for the Jorrun brand. Yes. Because it's obvious, like, not obvious, but like from the comments, they were just all negative comments. Like, no one was like, you know what, this is, I don't think. I can't assume, because I came in, like, after the apology call, I think after the interview, that's when I came in, I think. I'm just trying to just retract my mind. Like people were upset, which, like, was that surprising? No. To Jorrun? Maybe. To be fair, most of the comments were confused. Most people thought it was a bit or never heard of him before. That's even better. I love that. Because, yeah, most people didn't didn't know who this fucking guy is. He was just a little, like, there goes my brush. A little blip. And it's not like subscribers and, whatever, like, matter, but, like, still, like, just, people are just like, who the fuck is this guy, and why the fuck would he say that? Who are you? Wait, what is this? Is this a joke? Is this a bit? And there is a video where this is before all this went down, when he did a April Fool's video, which was just amazing. Amazing. I only got into pornography maybe May. See, I think it was, for me it was like late June, early July. I'm thinking like around this time I came in, because I remember I was following Joey and there was like a video, a really short video that said someone in the community has been exposed. More details later, kind of thing. And I'm like, oh shit. What's going on here? All right, some drama. I'm nosy as shit. Let me find this out.
Or religious in any way would take offense to that.
I don't think they would take. I haven't contemplated a way that they would take offense to that.
Well, maybe by saying, kind of like how Lauren was raised by Ma, you were saying I was raised by Christ. So. I should.
Gearing up for July. Yes, Vexalicious, we are. Is it? Yeah, I think Vexalicious. That sounds better.
Should have known better, but maybe some people will look at using religion in an apology video.
And I'm only saying that because of the song for Galicious. And I still use your I'll take either. Great. I still use, anytime I get a donation, I still have you singing my name.
As a kind of a cop-out.
Because it's brilliant.
Or, I maybe feel sorry for me, or you can relate to me because I'm a religious person, and is that going to be your next step? Like, well, I've accepted Jesus or Vishnu or whoever into your life, and now you're going to be this better person. So what would your answer be to that, regarding people and being raised religiously?
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, I was going to ask if you thought maybe that wasn't the best idea for the apology video to include that.
Oh boy, I don't know.
Oh boy.
I don't know. I do dislike people who name check Jesus or anyone else. It's like, see, because obviously the predator is like, no, I could not have done this. I worship blah, blah, blah. But I just wanted to give people my background and how I was taught.
No. You just did what most of the predators who got caught and brought up religion to use as, something that's gonna maybe benefit him.
And I was foolish to ignore the great advice I was given.
Well, I would ask this: if you were able to ignore that and sexualize high school girls and below, would you say you were ever actually religious, or were you maybe playing religious?
I was. I've changed quite a bit over the past 20 years. In some ways good, in some ways not. Mm-hmm. But I was very, very super religious up till at least 25, and I still have parts of me that are spiritual. For what it's worth, you personally, I've been praying quite a bit today, yesterday.
Well, that that timeline when you're saying until 20 years ago or whatever, is that going to match up to things that are going to be found online?
Yes.
Yeah. So everyone will see that there was nothing inappropriate or untoward towards women or Genie fan fiction or anything like that written prior to kind of when you broke away from your religious ideals and teachings?
Well, the two timelines are exactly the same. So that is absolutely true, because I didn't even get online the first time till 1997, and within a year of that, I was out of the church.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, that's probably an interesting story to tell all in itself. So maybe you should, consider that in the future for content along with the fasting stuff. And then one last one. What would you rate if you had to rate? Because I've heard this asked before. Looking back over the last 16 hours or so, if you had to rate the apology video, what would you give it today?
I would give it a 9.
Okay. And that's on the scale of 1 to 10?
Oh, travel safe, Vex. No worries. Don't you dare. Don't you dare.
Yes.
All right.
Now, my original one, without your help, much lower.
Okay.
But the one I put out at the end, where I really...
So you really left it all on the field, like I said. Your coach wouldn't be yelling at you because you left some out there.
No.
Did you leave it all on the mats? Maybe you should have stayed on the mats. Thank you, Dr. Phil.
All on the field.
No.
All right.
Wow, I actually have something to be happy about. Yes, I'm happy.
No, yeah, absolutely should be happy about that. And do you have a joke or anything like that to lighten the mood, or if one's asked for it, you have anything at all to give? Because you are a comedian, so
that's a great one. I had 2 quotes, but honestly, I was like, what if I start with a joke and people think I'm not taking it seriously?
I think a joke is a great idea. Do you have one ready?
Okay. I was going to do 2. I was going to do what should happen to me, maybe sent to an eye.
Just curious, how old was the girl Jorrun was talking to? If you're talking about the mac and cheese was of age. They were in their 20s, I believe. But he has flirted with girls who were in high school. He's liked photos of little girls who are wearing the exact same fetish that he is completely obsessed with, to a point where it takes over his life. But yeah, definitely, she was in her mid to late 20s for sure.
Island.
Oh, that's perfect. What's the other one?
Because I love Anthony Palumbo, if she says how I feel, I go, I relax.
I say you open with the Anthony Palumbo and close with the Sent to an Island.
Okay.
I think you're ready. Now get out there and play ball.
Yes, coach.
All right. We'll let's plan to talk after to see how you feel after the interview, and then get on with your day and work on those improvements.
Thank you, Wes.
All right. I'll talk to you later.
All right.
All right.
Okay, so we're gonna now listen to the interview of Many Syllables interviewing Jorrun. Once this is posted, I'll leave links to each channel. And if you really want to know really good Jorrun deep dives, Alpha Male Derek. They're a great team. They're very smart. They're very witty. So definitely check them out. Okay, and he asked a girl on DeviantArt if she had pics of her little sister's feet or something strange like that. Yeah. Well, and I'm thinking of there was an Instagram picture of a cute little family during Halloween showing off their costumes, and one of the women were they were dressed up as Jasmine, as the Disney, the very innocent Jasmine costume from Disney, from the cartoon. And her shoes were blocked by a little potted plant, and he actually comment and said, "Oh my God, that's a great outfit. Do you have a picture?" Like something along, I'm paraphrasing here. Do you have a picture of the person who was dressed as Jasmine or the genie with the shoes on? I would like something like he wanted to see the goddamn shoes. Like he is that meticulous about his fetish that he literally needs to see his fetish from head to the curly toes. Yeah, do you have any pics that show the genie's feet? That's it. Yep. Sexualizing women left and right. Sorry, please. Oh yeah, that wasn't even deviant art. It was just someone's. It's like it's an innocent Instagram. Just trying to like, hey, this is Halloween, is fun. Here are our, cute little costumes, and then he just had to go there. Yeah, he likes the one foot, the one shoe. I don't know, does his, like, fetish, like, is it a little bit of, like, Cinderella? With, leaving the one shoe? Because Jorrun likes to, in his, like, little barbarian writings, he loves to, like, hunt women and take genies or women who were with other men and take them away. Cookie Whoopie Pie, hello! I know, we're another freaking July 5. July number 5. Yeah, I don't think he has a foot thing. I think it's more of, it's the shoes. It's the shoes. Sloth cat. Jasmine doesn't even wear gold shoes or exactly, they're not curly. She's not the genie. There's that moment when she becomes the genie. I still don't think she's wearing curly-toed shoes. But he also loves the dark hair and the high ponytail. That's another big thing. It has to be a high ponytail. That's pretty fucking specific if you oh my god. Okay. Anyway, I'm gonna shut up. Here's the interview.
Hey everyone. This video is an interview I had with a YouTuber that was recently exposed engaging in predatory behavior towards women and children that goes by the name of Jorrun Comedy. I'm going to give a very brief summary of the situation to the best of my understanding. Sometime just prior to the 4th of July weekend, comments from a user named Mac and Cheese began appearing on TCAP community members' videos and live streams. The comments appeared to be a warning that someone in the...
Okay, hold on. Let me make sure that everything here is readable. Let me move my bullshit out of the way. Okay.
Community was engaging in videos on the weekend of my understanding.
Okay.
Sometime just prior to the 4th of July weekend, comments from a user named Mac and Cheese began appearing on TCAP community members' videos and live streams. The comments appeared to be a warning that someone in the community was engaging in inappropriate and predatory behavior towards women. People in the community began talking. No one had been specifically named in these warning comments, but there seemed to be a general consensus among community members that the comments must have been referring to Jorrun. On July 4th, Mac and Cheese released a video that confirmed everyone's suspicions. The video contains screenshots from a conversation that took place between...
Sorry, and the fact that people were like, yeah, it's probably Jorrun. That's crazy. Hello, Cyrus himself. When I came back, I saw his apology video, and the motherfucker had the nerve to thank you in it. Oh my god! Don't do it for Jorrun. Don't cut your hair off because of Jorrun. I listened to this the other day, and now I'm just a little older and I can think a bit more sharply about things. I don't think I really understood how oh man, yeah, many syllables. Like, you'd think this is like her passion and profession.
Between a catfish and Jorrun, along with various social media interactions of his. The video was reported and removed so quickly that many people didn't even have a chance to see it in its entirety.
That's true.
Jorrun adamantly denied any wrongdoing and claimed that this was all just the work of a troll that catfished him, who was now exposing private sexual conversations he had with another consenting adult. It wasn't long before a Google Drive link began circulating that contains all of the screenshots that were in the video, along with other evidence that contradicted Jorrun's claim of no wrongdoing. It turns out that Mac and Cheese wasn't a troll. They were a whistleblower. Several people came forward and shared uncomfortable experiences and unwanted advances from Jorrun. There is also evidence that he has an extreme fetish for genies and harem girls. And while under normal circumstances his personal fetishes would not be an issue or even anyone's business, this particular fetish revealed some
There it is. Oh, it wasn't Jasmine. Okay, it was my I Dream of Genie. That was it. That was his number one thing. He was obsessed with I Dream of Genie. He loved the concept of the show and the whole master thing and, you know, and all that. So, see, look at this innocent picture of this family just trying to show their, like, little costumes. They're kind somewhat themed. But Jorrun says, great family pick and costuming. Although I can't see what shoes the genie is wearing. Any pics of the genie's sister in wish-granting poses? Yeah, I Dream of Genie and Pirates. Yeah, Genie. The worst! Oh my god. That's the thing, like... Yeah, the shoes were so important to him. Why? And he wanted to see wish-granting poses, which is very sure, you know, in prayer hands and on your knees. Shout out to On Your Knees, famous drag queen, but...
Bearing red flags. Jorrun had previously enlisted a female community member to play a role as a genie in what he called a comedic sketch. As it turned out, the role was extremely sexual in nature, and he had conned her into unwittingly role-playing a sexual fantasy.
Hold on. Eel, remember when he was catfished by a woman named Jean E? I don't know if I remember that name. I know he was catfished a couple of times. But Jean E. That name doesn't ring a bell.
For him. This wasn't an isolated incident. Other women in the community were used and objectified in similar ways. Screenshots show several instances of him
Okay, let's read this. Oh, wait, hold on.
Objectifying and sexual...
Okay, my old pictures from last year. See, look at this. This is innocent little genie photo here. My old pictures from last year. I decided to have fun with the costume when it comes to cheering myself up. Please, no troll, spam, profanity, stealing, flame, hate art, etc. I do this to express myself like this is something positive to her, like when it comes after a hard or rough times from work. I do not own the costume, thank you. Like, very clear, like, this is the way that she expresses herself to, you know, it's any type of art. It's a form of expression.
In similar ways. Screenshots show several instances of him objectifying...
Yeah. Just call me master. Shut Wes.
And sexually harassing various women online in genie-themed costumes. And to everyone's horror, he had also liked photos of young...
Here we go. If you guys want to see receipts, here are the receipts. I will move shit around when I need to, but look at this. Sparkle, just like a shimmer and shine in these beautiful costume pajamas. Look at this. Nickelodeon, Nick Jr. pajamas. Like, this is clearly something that's like a child. And look at our boy here. Liking that shit.
Children in revealing clothing and positions from genie-themed dance recitals and performances. After a lot of resistance,
Okay, here, I'm not a huge channel or name in the community, but I am willing to use my platform to give you an opportunity to address some of these things. And okay, so this is the conversation that I think Jorrun had with many syllables. Understandable, not what a whistleblower I've come to accept. Well, that's good that you can accept that. That indicates at least some level of personal responsibility. I intend to take full responsibility and change. That's where my head is at right now. Based on what I've seen, I would say that's a good idea. I agree. I think that allowing someone to ask you these questions and having you address them in a setting you can't backtrack or later would be a good first step towards that.
when confronted with this evidence, Jorrun admitted that everything that was exposed is true. The community's reaction was understandably shock, anger, and disgust. This man had infiltrated a community that is predicated on exposing and criticizing sexual predators and people who victimize children. And yet here he was engaging in that exact same behavior while exploiting its members. On July 6th, Jorrun released an apology video and agreed to do an interview with me to address some of the questions that the community had. Initially, he wanted to be able to review the questions ahead of time and do a dry run rehearsal. I didn't feel...
Just like Jorrun, if you agree, I will ask key community members to give me questions they have. Sure, as long as the questions are given ahead of time. No, Jorrun, that's not how that works. And Many Syllables was very on it with this. I don't think that would be a good idea. If you have time to formulate a response, people will pick up on that and it will come across as insecure or insincere. Oh my god, what did I think? Insecure. Insincere. I won't ask any off-the-wall shit, and if I feel you're stumbling, I'll try to help bring you back around. I think it would go a long way if I can say I didn't give these to Jorrun ahead of time. He has had no time to formulate a response. His responses will be raw. I will feel sandbagged if you spring questions on me that I don't know are coming. I want my answers to be honest and well thought out. Bullshit. Yeah, he is. Jorrun is very insecure and insincere.
Feel that this was appropriate, and in the interest of integrity and authenticity, we agreed to record the interview without any rehearsals or previews of the questions. The following interview is intended to give the community some answers.
Oh my god, Johnny Utah. Jorrun, I wish for a virgin. Genie, as you wish. Bing! Lauren appears. Hi, Minnie. I got the go-ahead, and I'm going to record my video right now. Got the go-ahead, like from his, like his PR person, who's Wes. I will put it up as unlisted so you can watch it, which might eliminate the need for some questions. Why make it unlisted first? What does that mean? Okay, thanks. I really appreciate it, and I think it will be better received that way. Okay. I meant to tell you I can always edit out any massive pause or stutters. You mind reader, LOL. It was suggested to me that we do it your way. I think that's a good advice. I probably wouldn't do it another way just because the integrity of the interview would be attacked immediately. I do get where you are coming from right now, though, and I don't think you were trying to circumvent anything. That means a lot to me, thanks.
And is in no way intended to defend or advocate for Jorrun or his behavior.
I'm going to dive right in and start asking these questions. I just want you to...
All right, this is the interview now. So, Everybody shut up.
Answer them as openly and honestly as possible.
Okay.
All right. It's been exposed that you've liked pictures of young children dressed up and dancing as genies. And it's also been exposed that you have a kink or fetish for genies. Do you think that that behavior is acceptable?
Not at all. Indefensible.
Did you think it was acceptable when you were doing it?
The lie I told myself was I'm putting a like on the picture of a little girl. I'm quote unquote supporting her.
Did you like pictures of girls other than genies? Or was it usually just genie content that maybe you came across?
You're referring to children?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
No, there were none others.
Okay. Have you ever interacted with anyone underage online, whether they initiated contact or you felt it was innocent or not?
High school girls, yes.
Do you care to discuss any of that, or can you get some insight on that? Was it? Did you feel it was innocent? Was it were you being flirtatious, or how would you describe it?
Let me think. I've been doing this so long that I want to make sure that I can. I have definitely commented on videos. I've definitely commented on pictures in a flirtatious way. As far as going any farther than that,
I love that he still says flirtatious. No, you were straight up harassing people. Yeah, let's call it what it is. One-sided misogyny. Hi, it's very Brad.
I have not.
Aaron E. Hello. Yeah, it's wild to think that this would save his channel.
But to me, that's bad enough, and I very much don't want to, take the first step on a path that leads to something really bad. And
Sure.
I think my foot is already on that path by me even doing that.
Of course. So are you saying have there ever been any private conversations with these high school age girls, or has there ever been back and forth in those comments, or has it mostly been you making a singular comment and not getting a response?
It's mostly been singular comments.
Has there ever been any kind of, private conversation with someone who was underage?
In my 20s, yes.
Was that a freak?
In my 20s. So what? That makes it less bad?
Thing? Did you feel it was wrong at the time, or was it more so, I feel like we're close in age and maturity level, or do you want to elaborate on that at all?
I definitely felt like we were close maturity-wise.
Okay.
You felt that they were close maturity-wise? Like, she was more mature, like, to your age? Or were you mature at the young person's age? I think it's a B. Yeah, he's trying to make it like he was 20 dating a 19-year-old. Yeah. He was in his 40s, perfect. Yeah, exactly. Still, he wants us to be as like authentic as possible. Put it out, all on the mat. But he's still making these bullshit excuses that are clearly lies.
Are you sexually attracted to, or have you ever been sexually aroused by children?
No.
Not even when they're in, the genie costume. And I'm asking that just because, that is a very specific, a lot of times with kinks and fetishes, it's more so around the object than it is the person. And so if you were viewing children who were dressed up in these genie outfits, it would be reasonable for someone to assume that you would be sexually aroused by that. So are you saying you were never sexually aroused by any of the pictures of the children?
Correct.
Okay. Why did you like those pictures? I know you said it was the lie you told yourself was that you were supporting them.
Yeah.
Do you think that it was anything beyond that? Do you think that it is your genie fetish so overwhelming that you're drawn to that, even whether it's a child or not?
Gotcha. I would be scrolling through Instagram, searching.
Temu Vanilla Ice? Who said that? Who said that.
specifically for that. And when it was women, I would absolutely say
Vex, was that you? Oh my god.
something inappropriate.
Oh, Viral said that? He talks about maturity.
And never with children.
Did you ever feel anything inappropriate with the children, whether you acted on
Oh,
it
you
or said
guys.
anything or not?
No.
Have you ever fantasized about anything involving children or viewed any type of child pornography, even if it's not young children, even if it's, older teenagers?
No.
If you had to guess, how many photos of underage girls do you think that you've liked or commented on, inappropriately or otherwise?
Oh my god, I hate when he does this. He does it a lot during this interview, and it's his little, like, everyone has their own tics when they talk. I know I say like or whatever I do, but his are just they're very unpleasing to the ear.
As far as liking, that was actually pretty rare.
Okay. Have you ever saved photos of underage girls at
No.
all? And even not just underage girls, have you ever saved photos of people who didn't know that you were saving their photos?
Yes.
Of course.
Have you deleted all of those at this point?
Everything is gone.
Completely from your hard drive? No, there's no record of it whatsoever. You can't access it anymore.
Nothing whatsoever on my hard drive.
God.
When you save,
Nothing whatsoever on my hard drive, but my phone, who knows? Gone, deleted.
those pictures of people without their knowledge, did you feel like you were violating them in any way?
I didn't. At the time, I absolutely did not.
Do you feel now that you were?
Yes, absolutely.
Do you believe that you respect women?
Not enough. Not enough. I've had this dichotomy in my head where I'm a good...
Another dichotomy. Not enough. Not enough. Just be honest and just say flat out no. Yeah, it's all on a thumb drive hidden in his mattress. It's definitely saved somewhere.
person because I have female friends, because I'm good to them, but it's been a very split in my mentality where I'd be like, it's okay for me to quote unquote flirt, which wasn't flirting at all. It was sexual harassment.
Mm-hmm. But would you say, do you feel respect for women? I understand that your actions certainly contradict that, but do you feel that you respect women in general? Like, do you feel that you have feelings of respect towards women?
Yes,
because,
absolutely.
And I'll just point this out because I'm sure someone else may hear this. When I asked you about if you respect women, you said, well, I feel like I kind of lied to myself and said I did because of, and you're talking about you. You're not talking about how you feel about women.
Gotcha.
So do you feel that you respect women in general?
I definitely believe that they're equal. I've expressed in the past admiration from certain people, for certain people in the community, and quite a bit in my real life. Genuine admiration.
Sure. Do you think that all women, do you view them solely as sex objects?
No.
Okay. Have you ever had conversations with women that weren't sexually charged, or is there always some level of flirtation there?
I have definitely had conversations with women that were not sexually charged.
Would you say those are frequent or few and far between?
In general, and again, this is me explaining and not excusing my mentality. But in my mind, oh, she's married, I don't do that. Oh, she's in a serious relationship, oh, I don't do that.
Have you ever been called out or confronted for inappropriate behavior with women before?
In person, no. Online, I've definitely had women call me out for comments I've made about them.
Sure. Do you want to elaborate on any of that?
I've
Do you want to give an example? Or?
I've had times on Instagram where I've said something sexually suggestive, and a woman is just like, "Don't treat me like a piece of meat," or called me a name that I deserved, and in general, express repulsion by my words and actions.
Sure. Has it ever gone beyond that, or mostly just direct responses to something you've said, and it doesn't go any further than that?
Correct. Yeah, just direct responses.
Okay. Have you had successful relationships and friendships with women in the past?
Yes, many times.
Do you find that communication is sometimes
Why, to me, that's like the biggest lie ever. Why? Okay, just a quick question. So, with the Frankenstein, I did the neon pink background, and I was thinking about keeping that as like the theme for the background, but there's like a part of me that I don't know. I don't think there's like a neon red, but should the background be red? So I'm kind of going for like a black and blue kind of thing, because Dracula was very, very pale. Or should I stick with the neons? I don't know. What would look better for the background? I know you can't really see like anything, but I don't know. I guess I have to contemplate that and just continue with what I'm doing. I'm not sure, but any suggestions? I would love to hear. Not that you have to.
issue with you and women?
No.
Have you ever had the police involved because of your behavior with women, or any issues at work?
No.
Okay. How did you find out about the TCAP community?
I was, do you want a long answer or a short answer on that one?
He loves to answer that question.
Whatever is the truth.
Okay. I originally found a channel called Down the Rabbit Hole, which got me into Chris Chan. And from there, I started researching Chris Chan. I found Base Shaman. I had never watched the original To Catch a Predator. I didn't have a TV at the time. I had heard about the show. I saw Base.
And I find that very strange that he didn't have a TV, because this came out in the early 2000s, right? For the most part. Hold on, let me get back to this. Like, was he still living with his parents? And they just didn't have a TV? Something about the age and the math is feeling a little weird to me, because I'm just going off of like my age, like especially when I'm thinking about like the last season that was in 2007. You know, I was past 21. A Jehovah's Witness thing, yeah, it was something like that. There were a couple stings before the main run. Yeah, 04 to 05. It's like he was a legit adult. Like, I pretty much was an adult. I was like, 19, if I'm thinking of like 2004. Not that there's like anything wrong, but I don't know. I'm just trying to understand. Yeah, I'm trying to understand, like, the way he words it. It sounds like, oh, I grew up without a TV, so I didn't get to see the original stings on television. So
shamans, videos about him.
I could be reading and also listening and just not fully paying attention, but these are my thoughts. This is why we do this live.
Parody videos, The Mask, what have you. And I was curious. I listened to a little bit of the Holy Lornography, lost interest, and then many months later I found a channel called Danknet that did a great comprehensive history of the Church of Cod. And then after that
He would have had a TV when the 80s, and he would have had a TV in the 80s or 90s because of I Dream of Jeannie and Homie the Clown. Right? Maybe it was a hipster thing. Oh man, and TCAP was already online in 07. See? I mean, there's certain things that I don't pay attention to everything, but when you listen to something long enough, there are more clues in these blues clues. Wait, so Jorrun got that VCR after I'm possibly Eelrig, or he took it from his parents' house and brought it into his little apartment. I don't know. I don't know.
resubscribed to Base Shaman. And through Danknet and other things he discussed at TCAPopolis, I became very interested, listened to the entire Holy Lornography, and from then I was hooked.
Do you think that some of the sexual content in the community, even though a lot of it's repulsive, do you think that that attracted you to it at all?
Say again, please.
Do you think that some of the sexual content, the nature of the community, you know, a lot of the content making fun of Lorne and otherwise, there's a lot of,
Make him out Lorne. Make him out Lorne.
sexual content. Did that appeal to you at all?
No.
Why did you join the TCAP community? What appealed to you about it then?
I really like the idea that I could express my...
It is a great question, because that is something that still gets asked today when certain people join the community and end up being fucking weird.
Myself, comedically, Lorne...
Okay, so when I... Fine. Sorry, Smith. I guess he's just a businessman. He's constantly thinking, what's gonna help him comedically? That's weird. That's very specific, I think. You know, I just remember watching the show, finding it on YouTube, you know, being fascinated by it and wanting to know more, and then finding things for the most part, I'm like, oh my god, this is really fucked up. But people are coming out with content that makes it funny, and you know, and that whole spiel. But he is an opportunist. I don't know.
I hope this doesn't sound insensitive, but Lorne is the gift that keeps on giving for a content creator, because one of my first thoughts with Lorne is, what is wrong with this guy? And the fact that it was just infinite material comedically, because there are so many things to make fun of him about. And obviously him being so quotable. So for me, it was very much the feelings I had with Chris Chan, which is it's a quote-unquote lolcow.
Okay.
And TCAP has always fascinated me, because I would just look at these guys and go, what's wrong with them? Why do they not have some sort of interior regulatory thing where they go, what I'm doing is disgusting. I'm going after 12, 13, 14, whatever age girls. And it's always been the psychological part that's fascinated me with, is and yes, some of them are obviously hilarious in their ineptitude, the way they dress, whatever. There's absolutely that. But there's been a lot of what's wrong with these guys, and that's just drawn me.
Sure. Do you recognize that a lot of your behavior has been extremely similar to Lorne and these people?
Yes. Yes. I have. Pardon me.
No, go ahead, please.
In the past couple days, when I really looked at the Google Drive and the contents, and I saw everything I had done over the years in such a wide variety, my first thought is, oh my God, this is way too Lorne-like. And what's helped me in general as a person, as I think it helps everyone, is being able to look at someone who is the best example of what not to be in a human being. And I don't want to even be slightly like him. And I was a lot more like him than I ever wanted to be.
Sure. There were a lot of
Who wants to be like Lorne in any way, shape, or form? The Google Drive.
parallels there. And do you think that maybe your hatred of Lorne might actually be because there are things that he reminds you of yourself, things that you don't like about yourself?
I would say no. As I said before, and I'll say again, I was very much excusing my behavior, thinking it wasn't a problem, making bullshit excuses for my behavior.
Sure.
Complete bullshit.
Did you view the TCAP community as an appropriate place to target women for your own sexual gratification or flirtation?
I have always been a flirtatious person, and I absolutely started right away flirting.
Hi Rachel D, why does he talk about being a flirtatious person like it's a condition? Like, I can't, like being pregnant. Like, I can't help it, I've just always been a flirt, and it's just something that Why is my TV getting so loud right now? Okay.
With members of the community.
Sure. Did you feel that was appropriate?
Again, going back to my mentality is if they flirt back, it's okay. Now I say, wait a minute, if someone's not flirting back, they could be anything from angry, humiliated, worst of all, expecting some sort of retaliation from me. And I'm like, oh shit, this is not right at all. My thinking is fucked.
So would you say then when you did it at the time, you felt it, you didn't think it was inappropriate, but now you do?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe
Bunny, hello.
Your thought process when you took advantage of by having her unwittingly fulfill a kink fantasy role play for you?
Okay. So I had written the sketch that she enjoyed, and she said, all right, I'll do that.
Why does he have to say that? Why? This is just... The fact that he thought that this would be beneficial to him and his amazing channel is so... It's so... Flames on the side of my face. Just, yeah.
I very much made the character sexy. And I said, well, it's going to go good comedically because if I can just... Is it okay if I bring up some of the thought process about writing? Or
Sure.
do you think there would be?
Sure.
Okay.
No, you bring up whatever you... I mean, it's important that you're honest here. So if that's part of your truth, then tell it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So when I was writing, I'm like, okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I had seen, obviously, I've watched so much Genie media my entire life. I'm like, okay, if she's one of these more modern ones where she acts like, what do you want, blah, 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 it's not going to have an effect on the audience. But I wrote her that way.
Why does he say audience? Just his speech, like, he tries very hard to make his language sound like he is very much in like the industry. Like, it's not just like, oh, you know, whatever, like theater kid, this is just, you know, it, whatever. It's so pushed. Yeah, the ending in the skit scat, nothing to do with the story. I mean, the story was stupid to begin with, but why would the genie just turn and be like, hey, narrator, you sound hot, want to be my master? I'm paraphrasing here. Like, why? Why?
To make people watching it have a twinge of jealousy. Because if people are emotionally involved in anything, especially comedy, they get more involved.
Have a twinge of jealousy, which is a part of comedy. Wait, hold on. What was that last part?
Because if people are emotionally involved in anything, especially comedy, they get more involved.
They get more involved. Yeah, like, yeah, the story is over. And even if you wanted to, like, end with that, there are way more clever and funny ways to go about that if you want to. He's just a bad writer. Yeah, he's putting so much goddamn thought into the stupid sketch that 40 people will see. Yeah, he is recording for an audience that is as big as the Hollywood Bowl. Like, it's insane. The audience, I want them to get involved, and Jesus fucking Christ, I want them to feel things. Like, he really believes that this is like his big interview as a director, writer, like, whatever, like behind the scenes, behind the mind of Jorrun comedy. Yeah, he was gonna overthrow Klaba with the harem girls. I mean, you know what? What was it said? What was it? I said. Yeah, like, oh, Clobber, he deserves all the women, but, like, you know, Jorrun's like, he can give me a few, couldn't he? I mean, come on. And he even said, like, he would take table scraps. Human Hamcube, hello, welcome. You're not too late.
So I'm like, she has to be written too good to be true. And so I wrote her as too good to be true. Comedically.
Too good to be true for you.
Did I make her sound ideal? And ideal to me? Yes. Absolutely. Did I make her say things that were very sexy to me? Absolutely, yes. And she had no idea that what she was recording was stuff that I found arousing. She had no idea at any time.
Right. Are you saying that it wasn't your
like, as if he's trying to save Tiffany's name? I mean, it's good that he confirmed that, but I don't know, just the way he said it was like, okay, guys, you know. I don't know. Just the way he said it sounded just like he's trying to help out Tiffany for some reason, but it's... You didn't need to do that. It was very obvious once the Google Drive came out.
Intention for her to be arousing to you, that it just sort of happened, that when you gave her these roles to choose from, we spoke previously, and I believe you said you gave her 3 potential
Correct.
roles to choose from.
Yes.
And so are you saying that it was not your intention at the time to have her do something that would give you some sexual gratification?
I'm a little confused. Are you saying that I didn't write the role specifically for her?
No, what I'm asking is, when I asked that question, you
And here's the thing with mini syllables too. She would do her own type of art when it, with for the community. And Jorrun asked, either Jorrun asked or she offered. I don't, want to be wrong here. Oh, can you make like a genie, a female genie? I don't know if it was for the sketch or something. Oh, wait, maybe it was. Because in like mini syllables, like, okay, so Tiffany's gonna do this genie sketch. So most people in the community, as a physical example of Tiffany was always the Malibu Barbie. So many syllables made the genie look, it had blonde hair, it was just quintessential, it was just Barbie as a genie. And she's doing this, I'm pretty sure she did this for free. And Jorrun was just like, no, her hair needs to be dark, it needs to be this, it needs to be that. Like, dude, if you had like preferences, like, why couldn't you have said that beforehand? I thought this was for a sketch that Tiffany's in, not, well, we know what it was really for. So rude. So freaking rude.
explained that, it was really more so about, the community would find it funny and you were trying to appeal to an audience. So it sort of sounded like you were saying that it was just coincidence that you had her fulfill this genie role. So when you asked her to do this, did you intend to get sexual gratification from it?
I knew that certain things that were going to be said by a woman was going to be a turn on for me.
Sure. And had you, prior to asking her to do this, had you expressed to anyone, that you found her voice very sexy?
No.
You had not expressed that to anyone?
Correct.
Have you expressed that since she did the genie role?
Well, this is the first real uncomfortable question. I've never found voice as attractive as other members of the community have.
So if there was a screenshot of you telling someone that you found her voice extremely sexy, would you be surprised by that?
Yes.
Really, and I'm not saying that because it's like, oh, everyone finds Tiffany's voice, this or that. But he said it to somebody.
Because I'll be honest with you, I've seen it.
Okay.
I'm not trying to blindside you with anything, but I've seen you telling someone that you find her voice very sexy.
Thank you.
Thank you for keeping me honest. I don't know. Fuck, I can't make up my mind. Yellow or red, but I need to put red in there in some way, because you can't do a vampire painting without blood red, right? Okay, let me start with yellow. I could always go darker.
I definitely find what she said to be very sexy.
Sure. I believe that this screenshot actually took place prior to her fulfilling the genie role. And again, I'm not trying to pin you in a corner here.
Sorry, talk. Oh, I said something earlier about the picture, but I don't think it went through the color contrast you had on the Frankenstein picture. I really liked that. Oh, I guess I didn't know. Nobody answered, but yeah, so I'm thinking I want to stick with the neon, so I might go with the yellow and then add some red in there. think it went through whatever the color contrast you had on the Frankenstein picture. I really okay, cool. So I'm gonna start with the yellow. It's the lightest color. We'll see how it goes. Thank you for your input because I appreciate it.
But I want us to maintain honesty and integrity here.
I appreciate that.
Prior to you asking her to fulfill this genie role, you had expressed to someone that you found her voice
Goddamn internet.
very sexy. So that being said, do you think that it may have been more targeted for your sexual gratification than even you're willing to realize yourself at this point?
Yes.
Do you understand and accept that when you did that to her, you denied her the ability to consent to what it essentially amounted to a sexual act for you?
Absolutely.
I wish I can snap hard enough.
Did you realize that at the time?
No. Telling myself lies again.
Sure. When she did this for you and it clearly provided you with some sexual gratification, did you feel it was wrong at all at the time, or did you just feel like, oh, this is no big deal as long as she doesn't know, no one's going to get hurt?
I was just thinking of the reception of the video, people enjoying it, me getting more likes, comments, what have you.
Sure. But the sexual part, because I mean, I think we've pretty much established that you did get sexual gratification from this act you did, right?
Yes.
So as you got that sexual gratification, was there ever a point where you felt, hey, I'm wrong for doing this, or this is kind of skeevy of me? Or were you just like, what people don't know doesn't hurt them?
At some point after I did it and it was uploaded, I absolutely did feel that what I did was wrong.
Sure.
Because she's been nothing but a kind friend.
Bullshit. I love the Shores. That's very professional. Yeah, Jorrun is having a sit down with Anderson Cooper, right?
To me, and I was using her.
Absolutely. Moving on from, there's a video that had put out, and it was a non-sexual video, and in that video you made a comment where you timestamp a point where you felt that her breasts were bouncing. What was the purpose of objectifying her body on that video? Like, what did you hope to achieve by that comment?
Nothing positive at all. Nothing positive. It was extremely creepy, extremely objectifying, and absolutely excuse me. There's the tongue tightness. Absolutely no way to treat anyone, especially someone who I've considered a friend.
Sure, absolutely. But what was your
his idea of friends are very strange.
intention when you typed that out? What was the purpose? What did you think would come of it? Why?
It was a quote unquote joke.
No.
Meaning I'm not going to defend it in any way. It was wrong.
Sure, of course. Like, it's completely established.
Like he says, and he doesn't say it this way, but it's the same thing. Like, the story I told myself was, this was like a joke, and people are gonna laugh and love it and see me as this amazing comedian. But in reality, it was what Minnie is about to say.
That's wrong. I don't think anyone could deny that. But I think what I'm trying to get at more is, what was your thought? Like, why? What did you get out of saying that? Because it's one thing,
yes,
to watch it and feel that, right?
Yeah.
What compelled you to A, tell people you were thinking that, and B, draw other people's attention to that specific moment of the video? What do you think? Did you feel that maybe if other people joined in, you would feel a little bit less creepy? And I don't know if that's a thought process at all. I'm just throwing it out there. Like, what do you think the purpose of drawing other people's attention to it and drawing attention to it at all was? Are you excited by, telling someone that you're checking them out? Or again, are you trying to bring other people in to make you feel better about it so you don't feel like you're, this lone creeper? Or what do you think your thought process there was?
That's an excellent question that I haven't thought about at all. It wasn't
That's not telling at all. That's an excellent question. I never thought about it all. I mean, you could just end the interview right there, right?
Get other people's attention. I think in a... Wow. Okay, I'm starting to actually shiver at this point in the interview. That's a good thing. That's my conscience. I think I was quote unquote being flirty, which makes me shudder at the very thought that I thought that was flirty. Oh, she probably likes the attention.
Okay.
Ugh.
Were you kind of
He does this a lot. When he was streaming, he'd be like, oh, that's my conscience speaking. Oh my god, or I was so mad at Lauren. I just put me in this state. Imagine being asked, what were you thinking as an adult? I'm back. The chat wasn't working. I think the Jornville Mafia or Vince found me. I think they did. Bailey, watch out, girl. Yeah, the chills of morality. Yes. But this is still performative. It's still... It's so insincere. And of course he won't be able to pick up on that because he believes he is a leading man. And all of his ideas... Sorry, I went off. Oop! Okay, go get him, Opie. Go get him. Yeah, it's an act.
hoping that maybe that would start up a little bit of a flirtatious rapport between the two of you, do you think?
Yes.
Okay. So that was almost sort of like a testing the waters pickup line.
Yes,
then,
absolutely.
In a way. Okay. Have you ever shared pictures of community members that were sent to you with anyone?
No. That definitely, because anonymity has been so important to me.
Sure. Did you?
That being so important, that Jorrun, any stream that he did, where people donated, he would research, like deep dive into, like who did the donation, what their name is, like where they came from. Like he would do like this detective work to try to find out more things about people in the community, which is so fucking insane. Like I don't even look at that shit. Like be thankful you got the money and leave people be. Ugh, sorry. Yeah, Opie's protecting me tonight.
You share pictures of the catfish
Come here, bub.
with other people before you found out she was a catfish.
Come here.
So at that time, you thought that you were sharing private pictures of a community member because you didn't realize she was a catfish at that point, right?
Correct.
So, not to call you out here, but so when you say you'd never shared photos of community members, sure, you can play a semantics game.
You did? You do.
Say, well, she turned out to be a catfish. But when you were under the impression that she was just a community member who had shared private photos of herself with you, you had shared those private photos, correct?
I had shared them. I think the reason why I just answered is because in my mind, I'm not thinking of her as a community member because she was so new or something, which is not really...
No, you weren't thinking of her as a person. And he wanted to brag, which, people like to do. Whatever. But I don't know. Just why can't people just not be like this? Yeah, but she's not yeah, exactly. She's not a content creator, so she's basically just a harem. Yeah, he was so like dismissive like about her, like, oh, this bitch is horny, or she's just gonna be one of my groupies. She wasn't a content creator. She would show up in chats like what? Like he completely like does not value anyone who would watch his stupid shit. You know, showed up to his streams, which, I mean, for the most part, people were watching it because it was fucking terrible and funny in the way that he did not understand. She was just a groupie, a band-aid, if you will. Like, he's stuck in this mindset of the groupie, like being like the groupie in the band who would just oh, Jesus. Speaking as a former groupie. I'm kidding.
Good excuse, but I thought of her as just the catfish.
The catfish.
So do you think that women in the community are somehow entitled to more respect than women who are new to the community?
No.
So why did you?
This bitch is horny. I mean, I grew up near the Sunset Strip, so, you know.
You share those photos of her?
Bragging.
Just trying to beef up your bravado and look cool.
Yeah.
Okay. The reason I sort of asked that is because, you know, it's not quiet that this community is supposed to kind of be a safe place. There's a lot of people who come to our community who have been victims of sexual trauma, or just in general. You know, a lot of women feel comfortable talking openly here. That's kind of the nature of the community, and this safe space is created, not just for women, for men too, for everyone. Do you realize that you've ruined that for some people, and all just because you wanted some sexual gratification?
Yes.
I believe he did, yes. Well, speaking as a former groupie, I meant like a band groupie, because I had a thing for musicians for a very long time. You know, my dad was a musician, so what does that say about me? Hello, Jorrun. Yeah, he shared pictures because he really thought that he and Wes were in this like contest to, you know, who's gonna bang the most chicks. Like, very American Pie. Very American Pie. But yeah, I meant being, you know, into musicians. Yep.
What do you feel about that?
My mentality, why it was okay, which it absolutely is not. My mentality is, she started the conversation by immediately sending me a nude. No, that's not correct. That's not correct. The nudes came later. She sent me a picture. I'll share it with someone else, bragging, saying, hey, look, so-and-so, I have a groupie now, blah, blah, blah.
I see. But in general, not just with the catfish, do you realize that a lot of your behavior has stripped away some of the security of the safe place for a lot of people?
Yes.
How does that make you feel now?
Terrible. I was going to say let them down, but actually betrayal is a better word.
Sure.
Betrayed your trust.
Yeah, definitely. You know, you feel terrible now. When did you shift from feeling like this is fine and to feeling terrible?
I would say the most accurate moment to pinpoint was just as a little background. So I originally thought this was just the troll. Oh, it's the troll is now gone from being in my live stream to this, which was absolutely wrong. That's at least two different people. Okay.
Because I say that because, you know, this has been probably your whole life of you acting this way, right? And even after you were kind of confronted, you still sort of stuck to this, and you even, you know, had people help defend you. So that I'm sort of leading into that and asking, you know, when the shift, because, you know, I'm sure there's a lot of people who are going to say, well, yeah, it's real easy after you're confronted and caught to say that you feel terrible about it. Why did it, you know?
The best thing I can tell you, my aha moment was when the contents of the drive was shared with me, and I got to see everything and how many things there were over a number of years. It was just kind of like, as I said in the apology, you know, all the walls I put in my head came down. I saw all my excuses and what I was doing.
My God, you guys might really think that I like that. Yeah. But no, when I said groupie, I meant like band groupie, musician groupie. Jesus fucking Christ. On average, how many groupies per month do you content creators get? I don't know. I don't get invited to those meetings because I'm not one of those, which I'm happy about. But like the like blatant that. I'm fucking nobody, guys. Like, Jesus Christ. Fucking A. As long as you were not a Jorrun groupie now. I'm not a Jorrun groupie. Maybe. I don't know, John Ryan. This is hilarious. Yeah, no, I've never been a... Oh. Eel Rearg. I get roughly 33 breeds a month. I'm not gonna say breeds. I'm gonna say maybe... Most of them, I'm gonna say, are gonna be dick pics because for some, I don't know what you guys are thinking. Everyone's, preference is different, but you guys are some hungry dick pigs for Eel Rearg. And it is crazy. How many dog noses? You toured with Jim Roush to all the swingers clubs. Yep, that's it. You got me, gal. That was a medical question? Nice.
Doing to people, and how I was treating them, and the enormity of it all hit me like a tidal wave. I'm like,
I just find this funny. It's so great. I thought those were mushrooms. You know what? That's not your fault, Eel Rearg. That is not your fault that you thought those were little baby mushrooms. So I get it. You are an innocent in this.
oh shit, I'm bad.
Yeah.
I've been a complete asshole.
Yeah.
There was no running from that.
No, there definitely wasn't. But when this first came out, and I hope you don't mind me referencing our conversation, just again for the sake of integrity. When this first came out, I had initially asked you about it, and you claimed that like it was nothing. You had done absolutely nothing wrong. You're laughing at it because it's just a troll that was jealous of your.
You got your ballpoint pens, yes. God damn, people are already shooting off fireworks. Oh my God.
Popularity and how women flirt with you.
Yes.
I understand that you say that's what you sort of believed at the time. However, when I was speaking to you, I was doing so from a very non-judgmental standpoint, and I was very politely saying, but do you think there's any validity to what they're saying about your behavior at all? And you were like, absolutely not. And you were completely trying to discredit them. Why is that?
We are the future, Charles, not them.
In my mind, I absolutely thought that this was the same person who had been in my live streams and other people's live streams impersonating me for over a month. And I said, they're just trying a different tactic now. So I firmly believed that it was the same person trying a different tactic.
Sure, that's understandable. But, if Charlie Manson says that I kick puppies, and that's still a true statement, it doesn't change the fact that I kick puppies, right? So I understand that you believed it was someone that was just trolling you and jealous of you. But what I'm asking is if you knew that some of what they were saying about your behavior was true.
Zaki, the war is still coming, Callie, and I intend to fight it by any means necessary. All right. All right. I mean, John Ryan, I've given you the benefit of the doubt for so long. So it's up to you where, you want to go when it comes to this. Stupid. So stupid. Yes. Come out where I can see it, Charles.
And there were people asking you, hey, is any of this true?
Yeah, I know. That's why I said we are the And never.
So why were you so adamant about continuing to say, no, it's not true? And not only that, but go as far as to try to completely discredit them.
Sorry, I mostly remember Magneto's quotes because they're the best.
I was so much more worried about my reputation and avoiding humiliation than I was pursuing truth or trying to do the right thing. I was much more interested in damage control.
Yes, I am getting that, Ilrirg. I got to it. I am there. I understand now. Thank you. The first movie is amazing. God damn.
Getting rid of the video, flagging and reporting it. In the beginning stages, that's all I was really concerned with.
Sure. And
Yeah, I know Magneto is from... What is going on here?
Was my motivation.
I'm sure there's some very humiliating stuff there. I can understand wanting to get rid of that.
Oh, was it a movie? Shit, did it like just come out?
But what about even privately with some of the people who, they were advocating for you even?
Yeah.
Or even myself, I definitely was never advocating for you at any point, but I feel that I was very fair with you.
Yes.
I was not judgmental, and I don't intend to just keep speaking about me. I'm only speaking about this because it's the only,
You guys just know where to get me when it comes to movies and shit. If I fuck up, that's my Achilles heel. Our movies. So I am just going to not. No, I'm still gonna. Anyway, I'm still gonna react. Yeah, clocked. Not a soul can clock. Not a soul can clock.
contact that I have direct experience with. With you, I'll be honest with you, I've noticed some problematic behavior with you before this even happened. You've noticed I'm often very, very...
What the fuck is he doing? Is he moving his desk? Can we get back to Jorrun now?
With you, I'll be honest with you, I've noticed some problematic behavior with you before this even happened. You've noticed I'm often very, very, playful and...
Why? Why would he do that? He constantly does. I remember Mini Syllables when the whole geography thing started. She was on Clobber's channel with Wes, and the funny thing, before they started recording, Jorrun was like, should I sit or should I stand? What the fuck does that mean? I don't think it's either that that sounded like the desk. He would move his desk around, or it was he just has these allergies or something. But that didn't sound like it came out of him. That sounded like there was some IKEA shit moving around. My God, Vex! Holy shit! I do remember that. Did Jorrun do coke debate? Oh my God, that was really fun. Chef Jimmy J, hello. Yeah, should I sit or should I stand when I pee?
Talkative with a lot of people, but I had already prior to this kind of shied away from you because I got a little bit of a bad vibe. I hope that doesn't offend you.
You're not the first person to have told me that in the past weekend.
Sure. So when I came to you, I'll just be honest with you. My intention was, I had good intentions. I wanted to help you realize that, even if at that time I thought it was possibly a troll too, I didn't read all the content. But I was trying to see if maybe I could use the situation to help you understand that you make people uncomfortable. So I brought that up to you, and I'm like, well, do you think maybe you have some repetitive behavior that makes people uncomfortable? And
just going back to the coke thing, that was a huge debate that went on during the early Jorrun years, because of his little tics, he'd be like, you know, takes one to know one. You know, if you've done coke, you know.
Do you think it's an odd coincidence that even before this troll said your name, everyone said, "Oh, you must be talking about Jorrun"? And again, you very much so just shut that down. It's like, no, it's just got to be someone who's jealous.
Wasn't the suit he was wearing for the Jorrun, the Lorne roast, was that the same suit that he wore during that, like, the festival where he's like, "I'm the 1%, stop right there"? Wasn't that the same jacket and like pants at the least? Yeah, if you know, you know, and it's amazing. Oh yeah, I think maybe if he did do coke, he stopped doing coke at that time and just, you know, it happens, guys. It happens. There's nothing wrong with going through things and, you know, your body going through changes. It's fine. Like, I get it. I totally get it. Cocaine. But he's a piece of shit, so it's fun to because his standards were probably still like so high, and he would lie about being a gym rat. Like, that's the thing too. Like, if he was just like, "Oh, you know, my body isn't where I want it to be right now, but, you know, I'm going through some things, you know, and eventually, you know, this and that." But he had such high standards for his woman, and he wouldn't lie about being a gym rat. And he was so, I remember those catfishes, he was so scared to post like current pictures of him that he would post older pictures of him because he was smaller at the time, which, whatever, like, there are worse things, you know, that you can do, but the fact that he is like such a hypocrite about other women's bodies is what makes it infuriating. Remind me to change my username to Koki Woki Pie please do it.
Well, you know, truth to it. I mean, you clearly knew at the time, even if you didn't realize how bad your behavior was, you knew that there was some validity to what they were saying. Why not, at least privately, to maybe not me, but other people who you're closer to when they're asking you about this, why deny it so adamantly?
I think I was doing the equivalent of covering my ears and going, "La, la, la, I can't hear you."
Sure.
Very much a denial, not wanting to experience humiliation, loss of respect. Yeah.
Talk about that.
I mean, I guess I can understand that, and I'm sure other people can too, but why would you allow other people to come to your defense then? Why wouldn't you say, you know, even if you didn't want to fully admit it, why wouldn't you just say, you know, "Hey, I've got this, let me handle this, don't bring yourself into this"? Because, you know, I remember even you telling me something along the lines of, you know, "I'm not going to let this troll win because too many people have reached out and they have my back, and you know, I'm not going to let them down." You acted like you had some kind of obligation to them as your fans, is I believe what you said. So why on earth would you allow innocent people to come to your defense, knowing that at least some, even if you were not fully accepting at the time that your behavior was terrible, you knew some of it was true at the very least. Why would you allow innocent people to jump in and run to your defense and even help get the videos taken down?
The first day after the whistleblower revealed him or herself, I knew there was a video. I did not watch it. I got 10 seconds. I think on a subconscious level, I'm like this. I was just running and hiding from it. So I was talking to my friends. I'm like, okay, it's the troll. I'm sure it's the same troll. Cranking up to the next level. Please report. And that was my only thought process. Later on, when I actually started thinking, I was just like, wait a minute, there's things that absolutely don't add up, that means this is a different person.
Sure. I guess where I get a little confused, and I'm sure other people would have that same question too, is again, even if you're in unless you were just in complete denial and you really thought you never had done anything wrong ever, it doesn't. I'm asking, why would you allow people to rush to your defense, knowing that there was at least a shred of validity to what was being said?
I would say it was complete denial. Complete denial. And I didn't...
Complete blur. Zachy, that's for you.
It really was like a switch was flipped when I saw that drive. And I'm like, oh, this is real. What I've done is real. And the excuses I've used are bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when I'm like, oh.
In that, when you were allowing people to come to your defense, I'm gonna talk about Danny here, because she had your back.
Very
manipulated her and others who considered you a friend into trying to cover this up.
Yeah.
Get the video removed through no fault of their own. Now, some people may view them as someone who is either complacent in or assisting a predator in covering up his behavior. Do you want to clear some of that up and explain that they were in no way involved and that you completely misled them and that they...
Yeah, and here's the thing, guys. This is very important because it's been 5 years. We make fun of it and, the stupid shit that Jorrun does. But, don't forget that he really did manipulate people and truly thought that he could get away with this and, not have any accountability. People were actually, very hurt by this. It's funny now, for sure, but I don't know. It's just, don't forget that there were people who were hurt by this, and to not, fully judge people by thinking someone who, I guess I'm speaking for myself too, because I've been in that situation as well. They didn't know. They didn't know.
Absolutely would not have supported your behavior had they known the truth.
Absolutely. Anyone who may have done that, I'm not sure I can remember specifically, but I believe Danny G, TCAP Recipes, probably wrote his Chew Tootsie, possibly, again, my memory, possibly Roy May. Anyone who did that, none of them approved of the stuff I was doing. They all thought they were helping, or even knew about it. Not a one. Not a one. There was no, I have this confidant and they know secretly what I'm... No. All of them acted out of complete ignorance of my behavior. And they all thought they were helping a friend. Yeah.
And just to be clear, that's also because you manipulated them into that too, by speaking to them and saying, yeah, this is all fake and they're, this person's a troll and help, right?
Yeah.
There was, not only did they not know, but they were also very specifically manipulated by you. Is that correct? Would that be a fair statement?
Yes. I have trouble saying just a blanket yes to that, because I did really think that this...
If this happened today, I would assume Chef and Danny G were in on it in some capacity. The fact that he didn't acknowledge he misled them in his apology is crazy. Yeah, sure. And when everything came out, the blow was just oh my freaking god, this shit is coming out. Who was I helping? Because they weren't getting the full story. They weren't, they were just getting Jorrun's side. So I maintain the ballroom scene in Batman Returns is one of the most beautiful scenes in existence. I can agree that that is a top, like maybe like a top 10. Very good.
Was the same troll part 2, but at the same time, I want to clear them of all association with what I've done.
I don't want to say they were charmed by him. I'm not going to say that. But he only gave his in his mind, you know, he created this, you know, weird dichotomy about everything. Batman Returns, yes, it is definitely, absolutely a Christmas movie, and we will fight that till the end. Batman Returns changed my life. I mean, meow. Catwoman, hello. Michelle Pfeiffer, hello. Was I questioning my sexuality? Hello.
Because they absolutely...
No. Sure. So when I say manipulation, even if you didn't really fully understand the extent of what you had done, I mean, intent, it doesn't always matter. There was very clear manipulation on your part, is all I'm saying.
Yes.
This is more so about, I think it's very important to exonerate these people. I think that most people understand what's going on now, but in case...
And that was so important, and that's why Many Syllables brought that up, is that do not send hate to these people because they were led astray to the real situation. Oh my god, that's why I love the soundtrack. It's everything about Batman Returns is amazing and iconic, and definitely a top film.
I mean, if there's one person out there who thinks, or any of these people who were supporting you, you know, were complacent in this and complicit.
Emphatically,
in
they were not.
Okay. Okay. I want to make sure that that's very clear.
Thank you.
Why did you ask the catfish if they were sexually aroused or attracted to predators, or about role play?
Oh, hold on. Let me repeat what Minnie just said.
Sure that that's very clear.
Thank you.
Why did you ask the catfish if they were sexually aroused or attracted to predators, or about role play as these predators?
I believe the catfish mentioned it first.
Liar, liar, very much a lie.
About, we started discussing To Catch a Predator, and I was curious if she found any of them handsome.
Sure, I believe it was something, I think you brought that up and asked if they were aroused by any of them, and then I think you went into some role play saying it was like a humiliation thing, is what I read. But why do you think that, because from what I understood, I didn't see her initiate that, and I can go back and read and double check if we need to pause, but it looked to be initiated by you.
I think...
I love that. I love that Many Syllables was like, I mean, I don't want to, you know, misquote you or anything, but let's go back, very like Chris Hansen, let's go back to the chat and let's see what you actually said. Oh, I forgot. I'm not married. Hell here. Yeah, Catwoman definitely did something to me. Yes, absolutely. I remember that year I got her costume as a Halloween costume that year, and the best thing that ever happened to me was I did a show years ago, and I had to learn how to actually crack a whip, and I was fully feeling my Catwoman fantasy. It was complete. Who wasn't in love with Catwoman? I mean, come on.
You do, because she was telling me that she was attracted to Lauren Armstrong and she wanted me to role play him in a sexual way.
Mm-hmm.
Liar.
I could be wrong, but I think that was after you asked her something like, I'm going to ask you an uncomfortable question or something. And
Right.
just that very first initial question, I believe, was you. And again, we can pause and I can go check. But honestly, it doesn't really matter. The fact is you did engage in the conversation too. So
Yes.
that seems like a very odd thing.
Mike Pence, the godfather, the creator of geography, is here, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, same Vex. When it came to Poison Ivy, yeah, when I was older and I understood her character better, that's when I started to like appreciate her.
To ask someone, why would you want to know if someone is attracted to or aroused by sexual predators?
I was curious if she found any of them handsome.
Why?
That's about
You sent me something in the mail, Jorrun style? I don't know what that means, but I'm scared.
as far as my thought process went into that.
Sure. Do you know why you would want to know or care whether someone finds a sexual predator attractive? 'Cause you have to admit that's kind of odd.
Yes.
It's not like, hey, do you find Brad Pitt attractive, or even the more gossipy, do you find anyone in the community attractive? That's just very odd. Why are you asking a woman if she's aroused by or sexually attracted to a sexual predator?
I don't know.
Jesus Christ, I can't.
Do you think it's that?
I can't. I'm having a hard time drawing right now because of all of the BS that is coming out of this man's mouth.
All possible that you realized maybe you had some predatory behavior and you were kind of wondering if they were, that might be something they're into?
No, I think it was just an interest. I was curious about their mentality. As far as it was a very bizarre TCAP related way to get into a TCAP related question.
Sure.
Wow, that's very strange of me to ask.
Do you think maybe that was just like an awkward way for you to introduce some weird sex talk? Like maybe because there have been people in the past who, unfortunately there are people who have been attracted to this community because it's a place where women, even though we're talking about how repulsed we are by it, it's a place where women feel comfortable openly talking about, the sexual content.
Yeah, exactly. Mike Pence slowly losing his mind to Jorrun stream still lives in my brain. Absolutely. I have even I streamed it because it is so fascinating. It's amazing because all of this shit was happening in real time. So fuck. Oh, who hasn't seen his micro penis? I think it's still up, but if it's not, my stream watching and listening to Mike Pence's stream about Jorrun is still up.
So do you think that was just your way of sort of testing the waters and hey, I'm going to bring up it, but really all you really cared about was sex? Or, do you think that there's more to it? What are your thoughts?
I don't think there's more to it. The conversation was sexual from the very beginning to the very end. From her sending me a nude pic. I incorrectly said it wasn't a nude pic, but the picture was of her pulling up her dress above her waist.
Mm-hmm.
So the conversation was sexual from the moment she initiated it and pretty much stayed there.
Sure. Do you think your fixation with genies is just a simple kink, or do you think it's more of a fetish that has actually caused you issues in your life? Clearly it's caused some issues here right now, but beyond this.
I am confused by your using kink as a separate thing than fetish. I don't know how you're defining.
Maybe I'm defining it wrong, but from what I've heard from others is, kink is.
Yeah. Same with Lauren. It's up to you. I would never tell people hey, you need to see these pictures because everyone is different. But at the time, but I can recreate them if you want. It's Mike Pence. Could you give us a Jorrun miracle? It's been 5 years. Can you revisit all of? Come on. I mean, I'm not saying the well is dry, but let's. Yeah, if you could see, if you have seen Lauren's penis and you know you're still alive and you're still able to, you know, be a part of society, like you can, Jorrun, it is worse. It's a whole lot worse. It's one of those things like that moment in time. I've said this many a times, but I remember where I was, the time of day when I finally, not finally because everything was coming out like back to back to back, when I got the Google Drive and saw his between him down there, and I've been around. That was the worst thing I have ever seen. And it was only a picture that he took to send to the catfish, like it's something and somebody. There's not much to see. I mean, if you have a dog, I'm thinking of my dog Opie. He has his nose is very like black, and I don't want to say like midnight, like maybe it's like 11. Like Jorrun's might be like 10:30, but and there's nothing wrong with that, but just the way that they look is so sad. That's the only thing I can think of. It's sad. And this is not me being like, oh, any guys with like, you know, you have a small dick, you fucking suck. It's not fully that. It's just hilarious when someone talks this big talk, especially when it's on the internet and they're this big dom, and it's it's the resume that comes with the dick pic that, you know, comes into question. I think, is that it? Like, it's the resume. I don't know. It's the not resume. It's the headshot. Fucking A. Headshot. That comes with it. Because he admitted it to like Wes, like, you know, the pictures weren't great, you know. My dick is very unflattering, unlike yours. Because he's, you know, speculating that, you know, Wes is like bigger than him, but who knows? Was it the lighting? Yeah. Bless Wes. Bless Wes for saying maybe it was the lighting, you know? But I'm in a different type of generation where dick pics weren't like the biggest thing while I was like, you know, dating. Granted, I've been in the same relationship for like 13 years, but I don't think that sharing a picture of your between you down there after masturbating for so long and it being in the state that it is, which sounds like it's quite vulnerable at that time. Fluids have pumped out, you know, veins, blood, and all that. Like, it's done. The balloon is out of air. Why would you send that? Why would you send... He rubbed his lamp far too much. Whew. It's gone. Deflated. Fucking effects. Girl. And that's a thing. And two, yes, Bailey. He was like, he sent a pic, and Mac and Cheese didn't respond. He became like paranoid and decided to put a disclaimer, or like he decided to follow up with that dick pic and be like, sorry, it wasn't the best picture. It was the lighting. It was, I was jacking off all day, and it was something like that. I don't know. I feel like it's just... Okay, this isn't a sex educational stream, but you guys know.
It's just something you're into, right? It's this, I like this kinky behavior. Whereas a fetish is, I can't get off without this, and I'm very fixated on this, and it causes problems in my everyday life. It affects my normal functionality. Not to say that people with fetishes always have problems in their normal life, but do you think it's something that consumes you more than it should and causes you issues? I guess how I'll ask you then.
You've changed the definition so much that I'm now completely confused, but I will give you the answer to the best.
Well, here, then, okay, let me re-ask it. Let me re-ask it, because I realize I get a little rambly. Do you think that your fixation with genies, your sexual fixation with genies, do you think it's just a simple something that kind of turns you on? Or do you think it's something that is kind of deep-rooted and actually causes you issues with normal function in your life?
Yes to the second part. It is very deep-rooted. As long back as I remember, I've had a fascination.
Sure. And has it ever caused you any other issues? Like, is it, I don't know, maybe like a girlfriend, and you're bringing up genie shit, and she's like, what's this about? Or even just something in your personal life. Has it ever caused you issues other than this?
Yes, it has.
Do you want to elaborate on that at all?
Yes, I believe women I was dating who I was otherwise a very good match for were not interested in that.
Do you feel that you ever pushed it even though they expressed that they were not interested in it?
I would say pushed. Nothing overly dramatic. Lifetime movie, but nonetheless, I kept trying to suggest it, and eventually it ended in the relationship ending. She goes, look, you have these desires that I do not have.
Sure. So it got in the way of you respecting someone else's sexual boundaries before, would be a fair statement, yes?
Clay, hello. Hi, Clay, it's Callie. Birthday twin. Hello.
Sexual boundaries to me sounds too much like assault, so I would disagree with the wording. I would definitely say that I was trying to get someone to engage in something they didn't want to do, and as a result, they left, and it was the right thing for them to do.
Which would indicate that it was probably pretty persistent, right? It probably wasn't like a one-time conversation, like, hey, listen, I'm not comfortable with that. I don't want to involve that in our sex life. And then that was the end of it. It sounds like you were told, hey, I'm not comfortable with this, but you continue to persist is what I mean by violating someone's sexual boundaries. Not that you held her down and forced her to put on a genie costume.
Okay.
When you mention you desire like this master-slave relationship, do you have an interest in BDSM and alternative lifestyles and all of the responsibilities that go along with it?
Yes.
Or is it specific to genies and only about your own personal gratification? That's really all you care about. You're just fixated on that.
I've been in successful relationships with people where there was definitely a master-slave vibe. And we clicked well.
Now I'm just going to kind of move out of it and say, do you feel that you have apologized to everyone that you need to?
I have apologized to everyone that has come into my memory. But when I worded the apology in my video, because, again, my memory, I said, although I mentioned specific people that I can think of, I apologize to everyone, women as well as men, because a man, obviously I didn't come on to him or really get pushy sexually to the point of propositioning, but they had to watch that. They were probably uncomfortable. They probably had a feeling of violation. And so I really want to make sure I apologize to everybody.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Yourself included.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Why do you think it took this coming out and being confronted with it for you to even realize that this behavior is not okay? Because, I mean, a lot of this is very, very alarming behavior. This isn't like, oh, I didn't realize I'm a little bit more flirtatious than I should be. So yeah. Why do you think it took something this extreme and humiliating for you to understand that this is not okay?
I kept brushing it off. I kept telling myself, I'll give you my exact mentality. If I had said something to a woman and she responded negatively, I just go, okay, she's just not the right one for me. Next. It's
Yeah, exactly, Carmuch Bailey. Wait, I didn't really come on to a man to the point of propositioning. Like, dude, okay. Mac and cheese in this economy? Exactly.
If 3 out of 100.
Stop it, Viral. 12 breeds us. Are you kneeling?
Respond with interest, and it goes there. I'll keep going.
Sure.
That was exactly what I felt. It was wrong, but in my mind, I just brushed it off. Okay, on to the next one. That's just how it is, which is bullshit.
Just the way he said that. Oh my god. I'd say there's like 10 more minutes with this interview. But hold on.
Yeah, do you...
But in my mind, I just brushed it off. Okay, on to the next one.
Yeah, and that's what he does. If someone doesn't reciprocate his flirting, he's just like, all right, fuck off, on to the next one. Like, I don't think Jorrun can ever be friends with an adult woman. He would create some type of, story in his mind that there might be something going on, but nothing's happening. Like, in my mind, exactly.
That's just how it is, which is bullshit.
Yeah. Bullshit. Do you think you have a somewhat dismissive and negative attitude towards women who are not receptive to your sexual advances?
Yes.
Yeah, I know there is a video that is, I think, still up, and a few people have noticed it. I think it's your Reverend video. In that video, I think you're talking about, you're joking about what comedians are hacks. And I noticed you say something along the lines of female comedians who all they talk about is how men try to have sex with them. They're hacks.
As far as the video goes, everything I did in that is a joke, but it was based on my time as a stand-up, seeing a lot of people who would stereotype themselves, be they the gay comedians, the black comedians, the white comedians.
Okay, just because they're doing their thing, because, they have their own experiences, because, they are that doesn't mean you can just piggyback on that and just, like, make the same joke. Not only is it like stealing jokes, it's, you're not gay, you're not a woman, like, right? Did I say that correctly? I don't know.
Where they literally just focus on one thing, and that's their entire act. And I have absolutely met women who their whole act is, guys want to have sex with me.
Yeah, because that's their set. That's their experience. If that was your experience, then yeah, go off. Great. But it wasn't. Yeah, and also all of his jokes were him trying to be the alpha or the Latin. Yeah, he always had to be the protagonist, the hero, the sexually desired person in his story. Like, he always had to be something that was very specific, that made him look to be like he's a good guy, and he's good. Like, I hate that trope. That trope of like good guys. They think that they're good guys, but really they're just fucking like sex pests who think they deserve something because they are, quote, a good guy.
Mm-hmm. Do you feel that you're qualified to determine what constitutes a comedic act? Or is it just strictly personal opinion?
Okay, I need to rewind that.
That you're qualified?
Sex with me.
Mm-hmm. Do you feel that you're qualified to determine what constitutes a comedic act?
Do you think that you're qualified to... Do you have the documentation? Do you have the experience? Do you have the degree? Do you have a certificate of completion? Cybersqueak, hello, my love. Of course he's qualified, yeah. It goes without saying. But like, seriously, bro?
Or is it just strictly personal opinion?
Well, everything I read is personal opinion, definitely. But I have seen this, and it's been brought to my attention that these stereotypes exist because I've seen them so many times, both as an audience member and as a stand-up comedian.
Do you think that the people...
Both as an audience member and a comedian. So people have said this to you before when you attempted to be a comedian.
You've apologized to should forgive you.
That's completely up to them. Right now, if I can be frank, I expect nothing from anyone. If people don't want me in the community, that's absolutely a prerogative. And I'm not looking to blame anyone or make anyone feel sorry for me. I just want to do the right thing, which is why I agreed to this interview. And I expect nothing from anyone. If they want to write me out of my life completely, that is their right, and I understand.
Do you believe that you should still be welcome in this community?
Not necessarily. I really would not blame anyone if they said, you know what, you violated our trust. As you said, this is a safe space. We don't want you around. That's fine.
Sure. Do you intend to continue to make content here?
The most honest answer I can give you is I have thought about nothing the past couple days other than doing the video, doing this interview with you.
Liar, liar. He so had ideas, and we'll get to listen to that in the next call. Shave your douche.
It is completely up in the air whether or not I will release anything else. I have absolutely no forethought. I did have a video that was ready to go. I absolutely don't know what the future will be.
Sure.
I just know it won't be sexual content.
What do you intend to do going forward, both in your personal life and here?
For personal life, as I mentioned in the video, I want to get counseling. To make that a reality, I yesterday checked with my insurance, got a list of mental health providers. I was able to leave my number on a couple of them. I got contacted by one today, he sent me over the necessary forms. I signed them, emailed them back, and he should be seeing me in the very near future.
Okay. Anything else, or just the counseling, or any other plans?
I'm not too sure. It's a little earlier than I thought. I think I might. I'm gonna see where I am once we finish the apology calls. So I'm not too sure yet how long I'm gonna go, because I do have work in the morning. So as long as I'm like in bed by like 11:30, like I'm good.
That is the main plan, because I definitely have deep-rooted stuff, and obviously the things I've been doing for a couple decades. And as I said in my video, my best thinking got me here. And where I am now is not a good place. And how I'm treating people is not good. So I firmly believe that anyone can say, you know, I pinky promise I'm never going to do this, I'm going to change. Well, I need some new thinking, and I need perspective, and I want it to be from someone who is qualified to do so. And I am ready and willing to work hard.
Are you taking any steps to protect people from your behavior in the meantime, while you get this figured out?
I'm a little vague on what that question means, Minnie.
You know, because you've violated, you know, people's ability to consent to sexual acts with you. You have liked very inappropriate pictures of small children. And as you said, like, maybe you have not yet been sexually aroused, but as you said, you may be taking a step in that direction. So are you taking any definitive steps to make sure you're protecting people from being further victimized by you while you get this issue figured out?
I'm not specifically sure how I would go about doing that. I can tell you...
Callie, I'm gonna give the Dogo painting to my mom. Oh, whatever you want to do, man. You know, that was my gift to you. So do what you wanna do.
I deleted a huge amount of files from my computer.
I say it's a gift, not that it's like the most amazing painting. And I never claimed to be a amazingly like professional painter, but you know, it's all done with love.
Besides the ones that would give me sexual gratification, all those are gone. Some video media, gone. I have had
deleted.
Almost no conversations with anyone in the past couple days while I get my head together, as it were. And I have, that's what I've done as so far.
Sure. Are you going to take steps to make sure that you're not even exposed to children's pictures whatsoever?
Yes.
Especially within that, you know, genie-themed area?
I actually went into my Instagram and started deleting a lot of accounts I followed where viewing the woman would definitely be arousing to me. I mean, the thought of it makes me, you know, physically shudder.
Have you deleted, and I mean completely deleted, any and all content that has been inappropriate, or photos that you have saved without people's knowledge, especially here within the community? Have you completely and totally removed everything? No chance of you, you know, pulling the audio that you have saved for some later date if you start to regress and you don't address these issues?
Correct.
Is there any chance whatsoever that you still have access to any of this?
The most honest and comprehensive way I can say is I had everything on a folder on my computer. I went through it with a fine-tooth comb because sometimes I really don't label things. And so even though I went through it the first time, the second time, some things that were not labeled, you know, just a mishmash number, letter combination for the name, went through every file, and it is all off my computer right now. And yesterday I was just thinking, I'm all set, I've really done everything. And then I realized, wait a minute, I have Backblaze. So now I have to go through those and also make sure that it's all gone. Even if people told me yesterday, we like such and such, we like it to go back up again, it's not.
No one is going to say that. No one is going to say that about your shitty content. Oh my god, we loved, sex tips with Dan, bring it back. No one said that. No one even muttered, or nothing. Yep, he kept everything. He kept everything. Back Blaze. I don't know what that is either, Vex. I mean, you and I we're on the same boat when it comes to certain lingo. I don't know.
Sure. So it would be fair to say that it's possible that it is not all gone just yet, but that you are taking steps to make it all gone?
Correct. My only concern is anything saved on Backblaze. And if you would like me to get...
Backblaze is a service that backs up files. Nice. Jorrun, please put teaching your children about the Church of God back, please. I'm begging you.
Back to later on tonight or tomorrow where I can say I've gone through Backblaze and it's absolutely gone.
Yeah, when I actually feel like doing it.
I'd be happy to do that.
Sure. I mean, I don't know that people will believe what you say, but it may give some people peace of mind.
Right.
So it's completely up to you.
I am not anticipating everyone will believe what I'm saying to begin with, and that's certainly their right, and they certainly have reason to feel like that.
Sure. Is there anything else you want people to know?
Mostly I want to apologize. I'll get a little philosophical here. The best thing about Lauren, right, is we're all better than him. As far as he's seemingly has no redeeming qualities. People have had fun talking about it intellectually, and I've enjoyed that. But in the past, when I saw myself acting a little bit like Lauren, it freaked me out and put me on a better path. Now that I've seen that I've acted quite a bit like Lauren in a couple areas, I want to run from that and that behavior as fast as I can. And that's why I started taking steps so quickly once I realized I'm like, holy shit, this? I don't want to be like anything like this. And I'm not going to say, oh, I never defrauded people out of tens of thousands of dollars. That doesn't matter. In this one category, I've acted way too close to him. And I don't want that to be me.
Sure.
Not me. Fuck that.
At all.
Well, thank you for taking the time to answer these questions. I do appreciate you doing that.
Okay, thanks.
All right. That was the interview. Let's go to the next call with Jorrun and Wes. This was post the mini syllables.
Are finally at the end.
Interview.
This was the last call with Jorrun, a few hours after his interview with mini syllables. Jorrun rates his performance, the performance of mini syllables, and makes plans for his future. Will he be making a comeback? Once again, Westmost is a troll in this call. If that is not your thing, please skip this video. The date was July 7, 2020, the time was 4 p.m.
Hello?
Hey, how did it go?
Very good, considering. Very, very good.
Well, that's good. Was anything new uncovered? Was she able to, shake anything loose that maybe you hadn't been fully transparent with before that's really going to assist people?
I don't think so. There were a few questions she asked me. It's like, wow, that's something I haven't thought about at all. But a lot of the questions, she said, why specifically did you comment the way you did on Molly's? And I was just like, there was actually a moment of, duh, why did I do that?
Yeah, because every chick is the same, right?
Mm-hmm.
But, we went through, she was pretty thorough. She didn't ask me, would you take your channel down if that would help people. She did say, were you going to make more comments going forward? I said, I've been concentrating the last few days just on the apology video and this interview. Since I've given no real thought to that. But she did not shy away from going deep, and I did not shy away either. The whole thing was actually done in only about an hour 15 tops.
Oh, she's good.
She's very good, and I didn't... Well, allow me a small joke here, Wes. I did not blame things on Amanda James and mac and cheese.
Minnie was okay, but Jorrun was the star. I mean, he as you'll listen later during this, he does rate Minnie Syllables as, you know, when it came to being interviewed, and he rated himself as the interviewee. Oh, for sure. Oh yeah. That interview, nothing, none of that was to help him out. And I'm not saying that in like a like it was not like personally, like this was like a legit interview. I mean, you know, if there were, you know, certain things that were, you know, in question, for sure, but he just let his ass hang out, and and he said so many lies where we just listened. Minnie Syllables was like, well, you're saying no to this, but what if I told you that there are screenshots of you saying, you know, derogatory things, you know, towards the women in the community and sharing photos and all that shit. He's like, oh man, I never thought of that.
Oh, well, that's always good. There was no Amanda James man. How about meatballs?
Yeah, he said that mac and cheese was the one who initiated the whole what predator you thought was hot, which it's very clear he was the one that did that.
No delicious meatballs.
There's enough meat.
Just like Lauren. Yep, he did blame mac and cheese.
Balls in that Google Drive, right? That was a little joke. So, how would you, if you had to rate her, you know, 1 to 10, what would you give her?
Here we go. Here's the rating.
Her skills?
Yeah, you know, as far as the interview, what would you give her skills?
Ooh,
Special?
I'll say an 8 or 9. Probably a 9 would be more accurate. She was very good.
What would have made her a 10?
Ooh, probably rather minute stuff. Like she lost her place a couple times. Once I asked her to repeat a question and stuff. But yeah, she's really good. She stuck with me as far as being impartial. I never felt as though she had an agenda.
That's it too, and he has a pattern of asking, you know, people who, you know, women, like, what predators do you think are hot? He did that with Honest too. Not just mac and cheese. Like, this isn't like just one-time behavior that like he got caught up in the moment and whatever. Like, no, he has done this more than once. Exactly, Bailey.
At the same time, she was direct, but not overly pressuring when it came to the difficult questions.
That's good.
And a couple times I'm like, oh,
okay, no. Absolutely not.
Okay, that question was long. Please cut it into 2 questions or rephrase it. And she did that.
So a strong 9.
It was fun as the... Yeah.
Oh, no, go ahead. What were you saying?
It would be absolutely incorrect to refer to it as fun, but I think if she interviewed me on a completely different subject, it'd be enjoyable for me.
Did you apologize?
Got real skills.
But all in all, it was a good time.
Apologize to her personally?
Yes, I did. Before and during.
That's good. How would you rate yourself during the interview?
Tens.
At least an 8.
Okay, so I'll ask you, what would have made you a 10?
I'm probably, the only thing is more preparation as far as, because I really did not think a lot about.
Damn, Jorrun, you know what? Just don't ever change. Be true.
A variety of questions so that I could have in my mind. I realized there were some things semi-philosophically, I happened maybe 3 times, but where I'm like, wow, I haven't considered this specific thing, like the Molly thing, at all. That's a damn good question. But
now that she asked you that, so so you're saying you'd rate yourself about an 8, and she was a 9. So that's good. That's a 17 out of 20 overall. That's a more than passing grade. But now that you've had a chance to look back, are there any apologies that you made to maybe Tiffany Lockhart, Molly? I don't know who else you did apologize to. Or were there any of those that you would redo, or would those still stand as is?
They would stand. One thing she said that was fucking brilliant. She says, how about the people who defended you as far as helping take the video down and stuff? Do you want to let people know that they absolutely were not in collusion? I just, they acted completely out of ignorance of the situation, and I apologize to them specifically, the people who I know
who was
had
that?
the video reported. Danny G, TCAP Recipes. I may have forgotten Euro.
And Amame, hey Kelly, on vacation now, on the West Coast, but great to catch it. Wonderful. I am jealous.
I think.
Oh, what role has has Euro? Because I know he seems to be pretty. I know you haven't been reading comments or anything, but it's good that you did mention those people, because that was going to be one of the things I didn't want to bring up prior to the interview. But those are the people who were probably feeling the most hurt in all this. Having comments made about you. I mean, the thing said about Molly was horrible, and that's what that's going to do, is make less people willing to show themselves on cam, and less people are going to shrink back, because no one wants to be judged like that or treated like that. But the people who defended you, who in streams were defending you and talking about this troll, and then they felt like they were missed on the apology. So it's good that you did that was brought up to you. And why do you think maybe you
Sub to Euro, exactly.
forgot that and you left them out originally?
I was so concentrated on people that I had hurt as far as objectifying them and stuff, that I didn't even say, hey, wait a minute. People took down that video that shouldn't have been taken down.
Mm-hmm.
Because they thought, as I originally thought, that it was just the troll part 2. And I clarified in the interview that there were definitely more than one person. I said, I used the term whistleblower. I don't know if I used it consistently, but I did.
Mm-hmm.
And that there was someone at an earlier time, because it had been going on for a while, where they would go into live streams, impersonate me, insult me.
Okay. Did you open or close with a joke like we had talked about?
I did not.
Did you change your mind?
I mentioned that to her, and she thought it would be a bad idea, that people would think that I was taking things lightly.
Oh, okay.
Not being serious.
Okay.
And I tended to agree.
Well, I know when we first spoke on Friday, your idea was to do an apology with some jokes. So I didn't know if maybe adding some a bit of lightheartedness to it would have helped you in the process. But she thought it would be a bad idea, and you went with it. So that's how do you feel about that now? Do you wish you would have done that joke, or?
No, I think she was right.
Okay.
I didn't want any way people to think, oh, it's like, oh, there he is, a joke, not taking it serious, because quite a few people would feel like that. So.
Okay. Now, I know you said earlier that your apology video, hold on, Alexa, off. You said that your apology video, you would have rated it that a 9.
Yeah.
And I know you haven't looked at any of the comments or anything like that. But now that you've had your talk with mini syllables, what would you rate that apology now?
I would say, if not a 9, an 8, and 8 only as far as I should have, as she brought up in my thing.
Addie, and I'm seeing that Cybersqueak commented, yeah, this community is very nice and very accepting of new people. So it was a combo of people just being nice and people not knowing who he was, who he was. And that's the thing, like everyone, we try to be supportive because it's hard to put yourself out there and do this type of content that is very strange, a very niche. And has there been a shift? I mean, I think there has been, because, and just like what Wes said during one of the apology calls, like, people are now very just, questionable about people who come in and try to really put themselves out there and all that stuff. Like, it has gotten harder throughout the years. I don't want to speak for everybody, but for me, it's just been more difficult, and it sucks for people who want to create content and are sincere and just want to do what they want to do. It's definitely a lot harder now than I'm sure it was back then. So don't be a dick, don't be a piece of shit, don't be a sex pest. Like, it's not that hard. Don't be a cock-hungry dick pig. Like, this isn't the place, this isn't the community to do anything like that. And that's the thing that I feel like it kind of, for me personally, it takes me out of being a part of the community, is when people just start being fucking weird and all that shit. And it's just like, man, we're just trying to have a good time making fun of these like fucking people. And you can be a dick a little bit though. Yeah, of course. Just a little bit. You can of course be a dick. We throw shade. We have our inside jokes and and all that. Just read the room. Read the room. I don't know what else to say. But there have been a lot of examples of what not to do, especially since, I've been around, which is my 5th year, which isn't, anything I'm going to say is like to be like celebrated or anything. But just be sincere and don't be a fucking weirdo. I don't know what else to say. If I am missing words, please, friends, like, say what you want to say, because I don't know what else to say, because shit is still fucking weird once in a while.
apologize to the people who were helping me get the video removed.
Mm-hmm. Because what I think is
Now,
because it was brought up, are some people going to think
This vampire does not look like Bella Lugosi at all. Who is this? Who is this man? Can I save him? I don't know. Can I fix him? I don't know. A Bella Lugosi, he is not.
oh, it was just a self-serving apology to save face. He wasn't really apologizing, or he would have mentioned those people who.
Yeah.
As far as I knew, you and Chef are friends, and we're making plans to hang out.
No shade to Slime Bucket, but that's Michael Scott as a vampire. Please, I take all the criticism, please. Yeah. Is the vampire Latina? Possibly. If you've seen, there's an episode of Mystery Science. It's Samson versus the vampire women. And they have these men vampires who are kind of look exactly like this, who are just like the minions, but I was trying to go for Bella Lugosi, but I think if I shade off this part of the face, something, I don't know, I'm not giving up. Bella Lugosi fixed it a little bit different way. Yeah, we'll see.
Stuff like that. So some people are going to say, oh, you would think that would be the first people that he would, among the first people he wanted to apologize to. So if he didn't do that, it's because he was just looking to save his reputation. And what would your reply kind of be to that?
I would say what I just did to you, which was I absolutely did not think about how they were being mistreated. And not only that, that people would look at.
These don't match at all right now. It's fine. It's a journey. It's art.
At them, with a sideways look.
I don't think anyone is. That's the thing. I don't actually think anyone is. I think it was just a concern with of theirs. They felt bad. So what would have made your apologies an 8 now, back from a 9 to 8? What would have made that a 10?
I honestly don't know. I'm one of those people where pretty much
I can do the ghost face bust if you'd like, but if you have a preference, you gotta let me know, or else I'm gonna start off with this fucking bullshit that is clearly very unprofessional and amateur.
give anything the perfect score because I'm like, perfection doesn't exist.
Not Count Warwicker.
Honestly, with the rewrites that you helped me with and stuff with that last one, I'm like, okay, I have mentioned everything I can think of. I've been direct, and especially with that last line you gave me, I'm like, okay, this is not some guy trying to,
Yeah, exactly, Mike Pence. Jorrun took advantage of it and said disgusting shit to women and tried to play it off as a joke. Absolutely. I mean, you had a great instinct to be like, hey, let's kind of rewatch some of his stuff, or maybe watch it for the first time because no one knew who he was, and let's try to listen to things like under the surface,
sweep over things or minimize.
No, that's not. It's the Frankenstein monster is not supposed to be Bela Lugosi. It's supposed to be Boris Karloff. Yes. Did Bela Lugosi play the Frankenstein monster at one point? Yes. But this is Boris Karloff, for sure. He is the Original, the OG of Frankenstein Monster.
This is boom.
Direct, yeah, no ambiguity. So, because that wasn't really.
Define the cheekbones. Yeah, I need to sculpt things. Yeah.
That wasn't really an answer. What would have made it a 10 in your opinion? For yourself and for others, you can't think of anything. So then how can you give give it an 8 if you don't know what a 10 is?
Okay. In that case,
it's like how can you describe dark if you can't describe light? You know what I mean?
I honestly don't know. Maybe I should say a 9, and then what would have been the 10 would have been
mentioning those.
Apologizing to the people who had. Yeah, that would have got it right where it should be.
Now that the mini syllable stuff is done, and I mean you got that in the can, you got your apology thing done. What's your next step as far as your channel? When do you feel like you'll be able to start making some content again?
I do not know. I have one video that I had planned to go. I have to make a decision if I even want to have a channel or if people want me to have a channel. And by want, I mean, would support me.
Well, what do you want?
I don't know, Wes. I mean, I've loved it in the past. It's been a great artistic release for me, but it just seems so tainted now. Something I didn't mention to you, it's not a big secret or anything, but I took down my Patreon because I'm like, I don't even want people to give me money right now.
Mm-hmm.
And so I said, let me at least take that down.
Oh, shit. He took down his Patreon. Where was he at with his subscribers? Not saying that there's nothing wrong. If you want to start your own thing, whatever, it's fine. But because it's Jorrun, and he truly thought that he was about to explode for some reason, and he had a fucking Patreon. Yep. Creeped on women via PayPal, all that shit. His top tier was $100 to get comedy lessons from Jorrun. Comedy lessons. You are better off going to Craigslist and finding someone to punch you in the face, and you would get more comedic material from that than Jorrun.
And by that I mean, people being able to donate money to me.
No, yeah, I understand that. But what is it that you would want? When would you want, if it was up to you, when would you want to release this? What kind of video is it?
It's a original comedy song.
Oh, okay. When would you want to be able to release that if it were up to you?
That's something I have not thought about.
Yeah, you have.
Yeah, you have.
I know you have. Let's be honest.
Not really.
Sure.
What should I say, a week, a month? I mean...
you say the truth, but I know you've thought about it. You can't tell me you haven't.
Well, I would have deleted it if I didn't think about it at all.
Okay, but you just told me that you hadn't thought about it, so let's remain honest here.
Well, okay. Well, when I say thought about it, I mean I haven't thought of, it's going to be Wednesday, boom. I have not put... But
that's not what I'm asking. I'm saying if it was up to you, when would that video be posted?
I guess in a week, if I still decide to have a channel.
What is there something making you decide that maybe you want to get rid of it? Because the apology said, your content going forward, so it was pretty much saying that this channel would remain and you would continue making content. So has that changed since yesterday?
That is the line I almost removed. That was the line I almost removed as far as going forward, because I have been, and I still am, do I even want to continue going with this channel?
Mm-hmm.
And the most honest and direct way I can say is I don't know. My mindset has certainly been on everything else is the priority. And I do love making comment. Bleh, that too. I do love making content, and it's been great. I had, 3 months of pumping out a lot, and I love the creative process, and I love making people laugh. That hasn't gone away.
Yeah.
The power's going to Eel's head. What power? What is happening? You see, what is happening? Eel, you better slow your roll.
Feel everything is like really tainted now. Plus the question of, I haven't checked. For all I know, I've had 100 unsubscribes. That's
No, it's nothing that drastic at this point. So when these types of things happen, you've seen it with my own videos that a lot of people start coming forward, and with your history of that screen name, there are going to be a lot of people coming forward. Is there anything, and I'm asking you now directly, and I'm not saying who has or has not come forward or been contacted, but was there anything? Is anyone from your comedy troupe going to say anything that, yeah, they saw this before, or there were signs of this, or anything like that?
As far as
inappropriateness or...
Gotcha. No, the only person let me just run through my thoughts. The only person who knows my channel exists is the original guy who I actually want to have on the channel.
First, now I'm not talking about anyone being aware of your channel. I'm talking about there's things that have been posted, and I guess there was a background in massage, which I didn't know anything. Of course, I don't care about any of that. But this is what happens. People start deep diving, and I'm saying if anyone is contacted from Funny Please. Mm-hmm. Is there anything that any of them would say, like, oh yeah, I saw this coming, or something like that happened with females within the troupe, or is there anything like that? Never?
No.
As the grandfather of geography, I'm just getting more heated. Makes sense. Oh, it's a cool vampire picture. Thank you. It's not Bella yet. Exactly. I'm gonna... magic of makeup. His face is definitely a little more plump. I'm going to try to cool it down a bit.
I did very briefly date one of the women.
Okay.
No, you didn't. You did not date any of the women. You were just being a fucking creep. Egbert, what video is it when Jorrun roasts of Lorne? The reactions editing? If you're talking about sort of kind of boards channel, I can't remember the name of it, but there was that. Like an actual reaction to people listening to Jorrun's stand-up. But there's that. I don't know. The only thing I remember about the woman who was part of the comedy troupe was pretty much the same thing that like Daddy Tegan said, except that she felt uncomfortable around Jorrun and he would be really fucking creepy. Who cannot? I'll never forget Daddy Tegan. Like, who can? Come on. Woo! I can't help it. It's funny.
So she knows about my proclivities. There absolutely was one who was a member of the troupe for about a year.
Proclivities
She
regarding
months after I left.
the genie stuff, or the children stuff, or just the genie stuff?
Just the genie stuff.
Okay. And then again, like I said, I can't say who has or has not reached out yet, or who will or will reach out tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Have you contacted high school girls at any time?
No.
Never ever.
Never. I'm sorry. You know what I was going to say.
No, go ahead, do it. Do it. Yeah, drop the. Drop
Never
the
ever.
Yeah, drop it. Drop that. Drop the quote. Okay. Yeah, this face needs to be thinned out. He looks like a pumpkin.
Okay, so never once have you. No one's going to come forward with any receipts proving otherwise.
Correct.
Okay, and then just to be clear, because I want to be clear, when you say that you were looking at high school girls and pleasuring yourself, what age were these high school girls? And I want honesty, not honesty tomorrow. Let's get honesty today.
Yes. 17, 18, absolutely.
And you're sure of that?
Don't give us tomorrow.
I
just
would,
give us
to cover
today.
myself, I'll say as low as 16.
You're sure of that?
Yes.
How could you be sure of that?
With my memory, and as long as I've done, I cannot be absolute, but there is a part of me that very much looks at younger girls and shudders.
Shudders?
Shudders
What
in what way?
The fuck does that mean?
In the thought of being sexual, speaking sexually. No. I have a little bit of the, I was never a father, so I'm not going to pretend I know how, but there's a little bit of the protectiveness within me.
Mm-hmm. I know I asked you the question the other day about, looking back and how your behavior was, and a lot of the things on your channel being about being an alpha. Now, in the clear light of day, are you an alpha? Is that who you are?
Alpha at all. I have not behaved alpha at all. The most alpha thing I've done in the past couple of days is call that doctor and say I need help.
No, I'll agree. Admitting that you need help is a really big first step, but then of course believing it yourself and following through is the most important. And I think that's
why I like your idea of a follow-up video.
Yeah, I think people want to see that, especially if you plan on keeping your channel and releasing those things. If you want people to support you, show them that you're not like everyone else, that you are taking this seriously and actually moving forward with it. Because when you're talking about looking at high school girls as young as 16, I mean, it's impossible to tell. Impossible to tell. I'm sure there were some 14 and 15-year-olds mixed in there, and whether you want to admit it or not, I think we both know that, right?
It is impossible to tell sometimes.
Jorrun,
I agree with you.
Could you admit that they were as young as 14 or 15? Because if you can't admit it to yourself, how are you going to admit it to a counselor? How are you going to admit it to anyone if you can't admit it to yourself?
I intend to say every single thought I've had when I'm there with a counselor. I intend to hold back nothing.
My favorite stream is when Eel Crush. My God. Johnny.
I'm asking you right now, can you admit that they were probably as young as 14 and 15?
It's possible, yes.
Okay. And was that also on Instagram when you were searching for the genie stuff, or?
No. I don't know if you even necessarily want to hear this. I am not attracted to petite women. I tend to like bigger butts, bigger breasts.
I'm sorry. I really needed a good pause for that. Just because you claim that you are interested in more, full-figured women, that has nothing to do with their age. Big heart and bigger breasts. You've got a big heart. Or whatever the fuck he was trying to, make,
That does not make sense.
Flabbergasted. Flabbergasted and just...
I've almost never dated someone who would be called petite. And
Well, that's weird because Molly's tiny, and you
Yeah.
had no problem sexualizing her in her comments. And she's petite.
she's in great shape. Absolutely. I was looking at those yoga pants in the wrong way.
Yeah, and I mean, there's
I was looking at those yoga pants in a wrong way. I am getting angry. Yeah, Jorrun's never dated any woman of any size.
a lot of, I think a lot of the women that you were sexualizing, would be considered attractive women by all.
And that has nothing to do with, like, their size, but Jorrun does have a type. Hi, Gypsy. Hi, baby girl. Oh my god, it's 10:30. Is it bedtime? Is your bedtime, baby? Sorry. They're both looking at me like, why are you not laying in bed right now? Because it's time for bed. There's nothing wrong with, like, having, a preference or liking, a variety. If your tastes are a buffet of, preferences, there's nothing wrong with that. But the fact that he just goes out and says, like, oh, well, I mostly go for, like, thicker girls and blah, 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 blah. But then he made that story about the burlesque girl who was apparently, like, the stereotypical plain unattractive friend who was a little more thick and shed all of her costumes, which, like, yeah, that's what, it's burlesque, it's cosplay, like, yeah, you play around with your shape, to proportionize. Like, the fact that he was just so, like, oh my god. And I say this because I've said this for years. This is not a joke that Jorrun came up with. It has been said for many a years when it came to, like, they take off their bra and they're, like, half the size of the bra. They take off their shoes and, they're, like, a lot more shorter. Like, it's just, I don't know. I just feel like he's trying to be funny by doing all that and, like, stealing jokes too. I don't know if that makes any sense. Until she wanted to meet... Wait, well, what? Jorrun's type is woman who will talk to him. Can you watch the worst story ever after this, Kaylee? Oh, God. Maybe. It's getting late. A little late for me, but I don't know. We'll see. I'm trying to Bela Lugosi this vampire right now.
Okay. So I'm just saying that doesn't really match up with what you're saying. So because my question wasn't on Instagram that you were seeing these girls that you were sexualizing, and you said no, and then you said I like bigger women. What does that have to do with with Instagram or where you were finding them?
I mean, in general, what I've been attracted to is women with more thick figures, fuller figures, especially a lot of the belly dancers that have been falling for years and sexualizing.
They're not on Instagram?
Bigger breasts. They are.
Okay, Jorrun, where were you finding the high school girls and whatnot that you were pleasuring yourself to? I mean, was it Instagram? Where was it that you were finding these? That's what I'm trying to figure out. And you're telling me that you
Gotcha.
like bigger women. There's two different. This is an answer to a question I didn't ask.
I see. Yeah. In the past, it has been Instagram.
Okay. I mean, so that's definitely something that you're going to want to avoid and, talk with the therapist or whoever. So I know you did speak in the earlier versions of the apology letter about wanting to help the others if possible. And if there was something that you could say to someone who was going through this, because I'm personally glad you left that out of the apology. I think it would have been really disingenuous then, but now, again, in the clear light of day, if you had a message to someone who maybe was thinking about leaving these types of comments or doing these types of things, what would that message be?
Get professional help.
When?
Immediately.
Okay. Yeah,
Don't wait. Don't wait for something bad to happen. Don't wait for you to get too quote-unquote tempted or what have you.
Yeah. It's never the time to ask, right? One of the comments because there were a couple of live streams, it was crazy, like 1:30 in the morning, a live stream with 60 people, talking about this. Mm-hmm. And I'll be honest, Chris Hansen has reached out to me about this, and I don't even know how he found out about it. And I don't know if it's just to fishing for information or to find out what's going on, but he has reached out, and that's a pretty big deal. But one of the things that was said over and over by, I'll say Danny G, was he should have apologized the minute he found out about this. Friday night.
I agree.
Do you think that apology would have been genuine, though?
Friday night?
Mm-hmm.
Not nearly as genuine as it was yesterday.
Yeah.
Because I was still in denial, still worried much more about not embarrassing myself, worried much, and that's what I say in many syllables. She's like, how? I was, when this first happened, all I cared about was my reputation and, damage control, rather than doing the right thing.
Rather than getting ahead of it, putting it all out there so that no one else can tell your story for you.
Yeah.
That's what that's what the police.
The fact that told me.
That's what the police do when they sit those people down for the interrogation. They go, I don't think you're a bad guy. Tell me your story so that I don't have to tell it for you. In that case, you get a lawyer, right? You don't talk to them. But in your case, you wanted to tell your story before someone else did, because then they just fill in the blanks, and then they try and figure out what you're not saying with receipts, and they start contacting people to verify things that you said, and it's just a lot. But because that's really what I want to do. The apology came out yesterday. You had the interview with Minnie. What is your overall takeaway, like, just to kind of close things out? Because I believe that now it's time for you to start whatever work it is that you have to do to improve, and not focus on this all day. And so, what would be your final takeaway of all of it?
When you say takeaway, as far as what I've learned, or as far as
however you take that, whether it's what you learned, whatever it is.
My main concern by far is getting the help as soon as possible. I think I told you, but in case I didn't, he contacted me, sent me the forms. It's all been signed. It's already been emailed, so I'm just waiting for him. That is my main concern. Right now, between you and me, I feel asexual. I don't even want to flirt with anyone. I want to put my energies into anything and everything else. I've been deleting friends from my Facebook that I know looking at them will turn it on. I've been deleting people I follow on Instagram. I don't even want to masturbate. Shit.
Well, that's good to know.
Yeah, it's the best way I can put it.
That's that's really, kind of what I wanted to get to the bottom of, and just kind of check in and see how you were feeling with everything that was done, and making sure that once that apology was out there, I think at some point you should look at the comments and start processing those, because that's going to be a part of this. Gauge how the community is feeling about this. I mean, when you have people who haven't done streams in months, or haven't, when's the last time Wine Lover did a stream? And those people are talking about it. That's attention that you wanted, but not the attention that you wanted at the same time.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely.
So I highly suggest you go and look at those and start processing those whenever you're ready. I gotta get out of here. I have to take my kid to the shooting.
Okay. Oh, perfect timing. I am back, but it looks like this one is about to end.
Range, but you have a joke or a quote or anything that is helping you through this, or? Because I feel like you're probably the kind of person who likes to liven things up with comedy and make dark situations within your life, a little gallows humor.
Yeah, definitely. I should be sent to an island.
I should be sent to an island. What would that island be called?
Well, Vex, you were been very much missed, but glad to see you anytime, anywhere. You are so funny and a bright light in this community, and so anytime you come by, it's a good time. I mean, it brightens my day, that's for sure.
Incarceration Island, as Chef would say.
I think that's your next song right there. All right, man. Well, I'll be around, and if you want to reach out on Skype, I'm there. But like I said, like I made clear from that first message, it's impossible to promote and that type of thing with what's gone on. But I am pulling for you to get better in all this and really stick with it and make it a priority to change, because this isn't who anyone wants to be or what anyone wants to be known for.
Hell no.
So no one wants to be a cautionary tale.
Fucking Wes, I don't know why you've given me so much of your time and support.
That's what I do. This is what I do.
Well, you know what? I will tell you something moderately funny. I had ideas for sketches, and a couple of them where I called you. I was going to do one sketch where I ran out of ideas, and I called various members of the community who are bigger than me and do stuff. And I was going to do one where I call you, and you're such an over-the-top goody two-shoes that you're like, oh, I have time before I go to the soup kitchen. How can I help you? Blah, blah, blah.
That's me. Yeah, and, totally me. That's me to perfection. Well, yeah.
He had a follow-up sketch. After all of this.
You should, keep storyboarding those ideas. Who knows when Jorrun Comedy makes his comeback, right? Yeah,
Jorrun Comedy makes his comeback. Someone make that a name.
Doesn't love a comeback story.
Sure. You're
Jorrun Comedy, the comeback kid.
Saint, Mr. Mouse.
That's what they call me. As Brittany Simon said, I'm a little angel. So
there you go.
Little angel.
She knows what she's talking about.
She does. She absolutely knows what she's talking about. All right, so do what you need to do, and look at that video when you can. And any questions pop up, you just contact me on Skype.
Thanks so much, bro.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
Why did it sound like he kind of said like, "I love you."
Thanks so much, bro.
All right. Bye.
Thanks so much, bro. I love you. Okay, what's next? This is the end? This is the end. The end. I don't think so. Jorrun had no idea what was about to happen to him. Far from the end. Play the roast? Okay, so I've got some requests for the Jorrun stuff. I think
This is something we hardly ever get to witness. The fallout caused when someone is exposed as a predator. Jorrun was a founding member of a comedy troupe near his hometown, and due to his actions the group has disbanded and has disavowed him. The following is a phone call between Jorrun and a former partner who once considered
as long as you guys are here for me, then I'm here for you.
him a friend and ally, but now felt the cold sting of betrayal. There is no comedy, no joke and no punchline to this call. It is heartbreaking to hear the damage that Jorrun has caused, but necessary. Jorrun claimed he wanted to help others so they don't fall into the same patterns he did. Maybe hearing the pain and raw emotion captured in this call will do just that.
Oh yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Huh?
You better start talking.
Okay. This call, yes, is very rough. The visual that you are seeing right now is not what is going on. So hold on, I'm like tucking in right now because you guys should like tuck in as well. The leader of the comedy troupe that Jorrun was a part of learned about what was going on with Jorrun and the community. So this person decided to call Jorrun and pretty much just roast the shit out of him and say all the things that, you know, you would want to say to someone like Jorrun. And it's vindicating, it's powerful, but it's also like sad because, you know, to know someone who has done and who has had patterns of doing just some bullshit is very heartbreaking. This call, yeah, it hits hard. Yeah. This call is rough. And it's funny, I will be interviewing Lawson Wells, who wrote, starred, and directed in Cricket Snapper, and one thing he did say to me was he knew about Jorrun through the comedy troupe. That's some tea that I will spill right now. But that's it.
Okay.
What do you have to say for yourself?
Vex, you have no idea. Lawson and I became, like, we were, like, super enemies because he, like, struck my channel and all this shit. But then we started talking and now we're, like, BFFs. So that's going to be coming up this year for this July. Girl, you have no idea.
Fucked up very, very badly.
No, like, fucked up is drinking a little bit too much and hitting on a girl at a bar even after she says no one too many times and your boys have to, like, carry you out. That's I fucked up. This is systematic years of patent behavior.
Years.
Yeah.
That's not fucked up. That's like, beyond. You piece of shit, dude. Please correct me. Please correct me. Because the way that I'm understanding this is that you're like a fucking con man. I mean, I was con.
He's a con man. He's a fraud.
You really ingratiated yourself into an online network of people whose sole existence is to shame sexual predators, and you went into that group and poked and prodded at people who are victims of sexual predators and friends and family of sexual predators to find damaged people and be a sexual predator upon a group of community built against sexual predators. Am I understanding this right?
You're pretty close.
Piece of shit.
Dude, I'm
Piece
willing
of
to
shit.
answer any
You
questions
piece
you have. It's the least I can do.
of shit. Do you know? Do you? You know, forget. I'm not even worried about the fact that it's dead right now. It's absolutely dead, and you killed it. Of all people, you. All the shit you talked about Steve and Derek and everybody else, Ian and everybody, and it was you.
I know that he's like expressing himself and his frustration and the emotion of like this shit that he's saying, but I don't know, something about the Steve and Derek something. It's still like kind of what is this? Betrayal sucks. Striking channels creates friends. Check. Got it. Shawnee, only when you're a tiny bit of a dick. Oh, yeah. Not too much. Not too much. You gotta, you know, there's a fine line between being, you know, funny and then just being a piece of shit.
Ooh. That put the final death nail in it. But I'm not even worried about that. Because, to be honest, the loss of my 5 years of my life, of my art, of my time, of my effort, of my energy pales in comparison to what you did to these girls. Piece of shit. And maybe your YouTube friends won't tell you how it is because they're scared to talk straight to you because they don't want to use the right language because they might get demonetized. Well, I'm fucking...
That's crazy. Oh, shit. Fuck. I have to go back.
Straight to you because they don't want to use the right language because they might get demonetized. Well, I'm fucking unsponsored. So
I'm fucking unsponsored, bitch. I don't know why I want to say bitch. That's how I and Callie became good friends. I struck her channel every month until she noticed me. Notice me! Witness me! Callie, your lore is expanding day by day. Yesterday you were dating Lauren after a ska concert in not the 90s, the early 2000s. Okay, get that straight. And now you copyright strike people to make friends with them. I got struck by Lawson Wells. He struck me, and I just decided to email him and be like, hey, what is going on? What is your damage? What is happening? And I don't know. We just started talking, and I don't know. Now he's like my new BFF. So I don't know. But yeah, this is very cringe, and you're gonna hear some more cringe for July. Buckle up.
tell you how it is. What you did is fucked. You are fucked. I am ashamed of knowing you. I was on the phone with you, messaging you. So as you knew this shit was going down, I had no idea.
Zachy, you are my BFF. Absolutely. I'll do an 8-hour stream of geography for Kelly. Will you? Oh my god, you have to just not when my stuff comes out. You know. Just let me have my moment.
I didn't even know this community T cap. I didn't even know it existed. Okay? But I cannot believe what you've done to this group of people. And I can't believe that I provided a platform to you.
Ooh, you'll do it for Mr. Callie? Love it.
I'm ashamed. I thought of you as a brother, as a
brother,
partner. And you had me conned. And to make it even worse is you used accomplishments that we had to on these people. Things that I provided for you, you used as ammunition.
And here's the thing, too. Tegan has been interviewed, from what I can remember, twice. I believe. I'm thinking twice, but it was Klauber and Heisenberg that I remember the most recent, where Tegan really gave us like the down low about, you know, everything that had to do with Jorrun, and pretty much everyone's like opinion, perspective, like anything, like it was correct. It was correct, very correct, to feel very weird and uncomfortable with Jorrun because he did the exact same thing for many years. And that's why I don't know why. It's like Jorrun, it makes sense why he is so obsessed with the room, because he only sees himself as the hero, the protagonist, or like the one that's going to save the day and get the girl in the end. But it was a missed opportunity, because if he really leaned into what his type actually is, he could be a very okay villain. But he didn't want that. He wanted to be the hero. And he would make these, like, he would write these skit-scats, and you couldn't tell him a thing. Any type of, like, you know, feedback, anything, and it was like a big hoopla. So it got to a point where they just were like, okay, all right, this is Jorrun's thing. This is his, you know, we'll put that aside. And then it... Oh my god, yeah, and his brother! His brother! My god.
Listen, on these people, you piece of shit. And you were on the phone when we was messaging. I was telling you just the other day, I'm just so grateful you're so...
I don't know, Vex. I don't know. People ask that a lot, and I can't... I'm very in the middle with it. It's like, either Jorrun is the type of person who would never want to see like anything that he has become on the YouTube, you know, in the YouTube community. But at the same time, like 2 weeks later, when he got exposed, he had a whole new channel. So it's... I don't know. It's like a weird scale. I can't... I could never predict, because it's hard. But certain things that Lawson has told me does indicate that Jorrun's not the type of person who gives up. So, you know, we'll see.
I was your friend of mine because I didn't know any of this shit, because I've been in the dark about who you are for years, apparently. And you didn't even give me a heads up. You didn't even say, hey, I did terrible things, and I'm finally going to face the consequences for my horrible actions. There's going to be massive fallout. You might want to get ahead of it. You didn't even give me that option.
If you're still on Discord, hit me up.
All this time, I thought that I was the risk. This whole time, I thought you working with me was going to be damaging for your career. I worked every day to do right by...
You got me, gal. You got me, Egbert. These are straight up deep East Coast accents, something Slime Bucket does not have. I don't. I'm trying to work on my Kennedy singing voice, and it's very difficult for some reason. I don't know why, but I'm working on it for July.
You and you piece of shit.
You piece of shit.
You not only shit on my dreams and my friends' dreams, but you've hurt people, and you're not even sorry. I heard that a sorry excuse. You're not extremely sorry, Stefan. Saying a word like sincere does not mean that you're sincere. It's pure posturing.
I don't, Johnny. Like, thank you for the the boost of confidence, but I really don't.
The terrible thing is if you hadn't gotten caught, and even after you got caught, you tried to
Yeah.
lying and you victim blamed. You
At this point, it's been so many years, but yeah.
piece of shit.
Piece of
After
shit.
you were caught, you victim blamed. And you got other people in this community to rally against one of your victims, you piece of shit.
You're right. Everything you're saying is true.
You piece of shit. Fuck you. You fucking piece of shit. I'm ashamed. I ever thought of you as a friend. You piece of shit. You piece of shit.
I think he said, like, I thought of you as a brother.
I hope to God that you find a way to not be a threat to society. Get yourself...
I agree, Viral. This is very passionate. I would give him the award for sure.
Institutionalized, you piece of shit. I'm done with you. This is over, and you're the reason why, and that pales in comparison to the evils that you've put upon others, you piece of shit.
And it's because for some of us who have been around this for about 5 years, I'm just gonna say, like, for me personally, it's been 5. This is something that I can listen and find the funny in it, but if I remove myself from being around at the time and listening to this person who had just heard all of these crazy, gross, just gross. It was fucking gross. Things that, someone who you were trying to promote. I think there was a point where Tegan was paying for lessons for Jorrun to be better at performing or what, but Jorrun would not listen to any constructive criticism. It was like, it was better to not say anything because it's going to cause something that's going to be so much more worse. So, yeah, whatever you want to do, because we just want to have a good show. We just want to have a good time doing our craft, and Jorrun just took shit way too fucking personal. I mean, he could have kicked him out, but I think Denny Tegan, he has a very good heart. and he's known Jorrun for a very long time, so I that's just how I'm feeling from the situation. I'm not speaking for him, but it's just trying to keep the peace, wanting to make sure that, you know, everyone is, not everyone is comfortable, because obviously people weren't, but I don't know, there was something about Jorrun that if you said anything negative, he would bring down the rest of the group, from what it sounds like to me, because I have been in this position, I've been in this industry, and there are some people you just cannot give any type of feedback to, because they think they are the star, and if it's a job that you're getting paid for, it's like, all right, fine, whatever. I'm just gonna step back, you know, believe what you want to believe. Your work speaks for yourself and how you treat people. You know, as someone who has worked on the stage and backstage, like, the way you treat people backstage is very important. It's kind of like being like someone who works in like customer service or anything like that. It's just like, we're here for you to make you look better. You're gonna treat us like shit? You know what? Hey, maybe I might miss a cue here and there. Not that I would do that. Like, I'm not gonna do that, like, intentionally, but it's just like, I have worked with a very toxic cast, and it's hard to not have those feelings. But anyway, tangent, Callie tangent, here we go, and I am stopping.
I'm done.
Please share this call because it needs to be heard. Thank you.
Okay, so we got through all the calls, we did the interview. Someone mentioned the roast, which yes, but someone else mentioned playing something else with Jorrun. I could probably do like 1 or 2 videos. Oh. Where's that video? Shit. Zachy, like I told you, my contribution for a July song is a Jorrun and Kennedy duet. I've been listening to that stream for quite some time, and I'm working on it. I have done that more than thrice, I think. I don't even know. What the fuck were they what the fuck were they saying? Okay, let me go to the Jorrun Comedy channel. Keep your jeans in your jeans. Real talk though, if you want to do it together as a July thing, I'd be down for that. Like Like, do what? Like, you want to, like, what? Like, listen and do the Jorrun and Kennedy stream with me? Is that him giving a vaginal? Stop. No, okay, I'll play this just because it is funny. It is not because Jorrun is funny, but the camera work was funny. So here we go.
Congratulations on your new hire as a mortician here at Deathco. This will be your first customer. Feel free to refer to your manual as needed and enjoy your first day.
I can't believe they're letting me do this all by myself on my first day. The only training I have is that weekend course that I did at South Coast Community College in Delhi. The rigor mortis has set in. Wow, stiff as a board. Oh, that's creepy. What's that thing that morticians always do? I now pronounce you dead. Step 1. Drain all bodily fluids. How many fluids are there in the human body? Lymph, blood, urine, semen. Up we get. Stay easy, easy. Hey, it matches my outfit. That is not supposed to be that color. How much fluid can a bladder hold? I'm dying. It smells like asparagus. Step 2. Insert rod up anus. No, 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 screw this, he's getting cremated, where are the matches?
Alright, I am going to call it for tonight. Thank you guys for showing up. I know I've been streaming a lot lately, but my next stream will be Tuesday, our body cam brunch. Come check it out if you haven't. But mwah, love you guys. John Curry mode. Yeah. This was all on April Fool's. I don't know. Anyway.
That thing I just want to say.